Welcome to Black Dragon Gaming. My name is Kategas Hero, but all my friends call me Cat. You can too. It is Weeb Wednesday with Mal. It's been a while. Hi.
Yeah, it's been a while. Also, I remembered I didn't give us the captioner.
Oh, fuck, you're right. You didn't.
Yeah, because we were busy setting up the stream together thing that Twitch has. Because on our Umineko stream on Monday, one of At's viewers got picked on and wasn't showing up in what we've been using so far, so you could see both of our chats. So now we just show up on shared chat through Twitch's built-in thing.
Hopefully it works properly.
Yeah, we'll have to wait until we see Katie.
We don't even know if that was just like a temporary bug either, so.
Fair enough. But honestly, this is probably better in that I'll have, if for some odd reason we were streaming two different things, I didn't have the shared chat up and confuse people.
Yeah, that's fair. And I'm sure that will eventually happen anyhow. Just because, all of your streams so far have been with me doesn't mean a damn thing for the future.
Yeah, it can absolutely happen.
All right.
But
I do need to get, just someday I will have, a hangout screen like you do. One day.
One day.
Far in the future.
One day. We need to get you at least a PNG tuber going.
Yeah. It's all my colleagues keep trying to tell me, tempt me into doing it myself, and I'm just like, no, please. I already have too much other shit to do and learn.
Yeah, fair.
I can't do everything myself. Please.
Yeah. Granted, PNG tuber still fits within your skill sets, it's just you have to use a lot of layers.
Yeah. God, well, I mean, I'd have to look at the program to know exactly how it works, but I can probably do it.
Yeah, you could absolutely do it, but also I understand not wanting to.
Yes. It's just oh, great, yes, let me learn yet another proprietary software.
Yeah, absolutely.
My fucking favorite.
Granted, a lot of PNG tuber stuff is at least open source. I don't even know if there's a closed source one, but there probably is, because capitalism.
Probably.
But yeah, we're just doing pre-chat for now, but Dandadan episode 9 and Sakamoto Days episode 7 will be what we will be talking about later.
Yeah, I've just got the Dandadan art up because I like looking at it.
Yeah, Dandadan art is very good. Honestly, this, I will say this for the pre-chat, the Dandadan, this episode had so many good stills.
Yeah, it, God, it has no right to be as funny as it was.
Yeah, absolutely. But going into just pre-chat stuff, if you were here for last stream for Umineko, I got some TTRPG themed wax melts on the way, and
did the package come in?
It's not here yet, but it left the Hellhole distribution center.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's right. You were telling me about that the other day.
Yeah, because I can say this because it could be going anywhere else. There is a distribution center in Indianapolis, Indiana, that's newly expanded, and is understaffed as fuck, enough to make the news. So things arrive late from there. They get out the door late. It was real bad during the holidays, but it was only a few days this time around. So it's probably not as bad because they don't have as much of a load to deal with. But it's been shit, especially for small businesses in Indiana. because they get a bunch of people like, where the heck's my package? And I don't want to wait for my package. Give me a refund, which is fine.
Yeah, like, fucking like noses pressed up against the window. Package.
Yeah, absolutely. Just lean in. Package. I am looking forward to those, and yeah, so half of them should be here like tomorrow or the day after. And then the other half has actually shipped out from a shop in Florida. I mean, it's just, small business in Florida. Seems nice. They say straight up, yeah, we are a queer-friendly space. So, seems good.
I mean, fucking fair enough. I do have I don't got a lot to talk about today, mostly because my brain is like made of pudding and mush.
Yeah.
But I do have go ahead.
I was gonna say, for our Weeb Wednesday only audience, you started physical therapy.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did. That was on Friday. The first day they didn't really have me do much in the clinic. They were just going through trying to build an exercise regimen and all that shit.
Yeah, seeing where your deficiencies are and that sort of thing.
Yeah, they did a more precise strength test for my legs and everything. And yes, I do have a lot of muscle weakness, but we're pretty sure that's because of the vitamin D deficiency that we found in my blood work.
Yeah, vitamin D deficiency and, all of your other conditions making you not want to walk. Because go figure.
Yeah. The muscle weakness only started about a year ago too. So this completely different from everything else.
Yeah. Compounding
but just
conditions.
To give people an idea, I know most people don't know how vitamins work and what kind of dosage you take them in and all that shit. Most people think of it as this thing that you get at the store over the counter, just pick up off the shelf, take it to the checkout. But mine is so bad that I was prescribed vitamin D 50,000 units per pill, and I take them once a week on Mondays. I haven't seen any improvement yet, but it's only been a couple days since I take my first one, so it's gonna be a long term, see how I feel at the end of this bottle type deal. But aside from that, every 4 hours I gotta do my exercises, which means I'll be doing them right after this stream. Oh, god damn it! I ate too many noodles before the stream. Apparently, fuck.
Yeah, and also to give you an idea on the vitamin D, it looks like the highest you can get over the counter is 10,000.
Yeah. Which is not most bottles that you'll be picking up.
Yeah. Most are
that's the big shit.
Yeah, that's the biggest you can get. It's in a range usually between 400 and 10,000.
I'm sure most people are going to be 1,000 or so.
Yeah.
Just because most people don't need that much, they just get up.
Yeah, boost, yeah, if you overdo it, you're just going to be pissing vitamin D.
Which you'll be doing that anyway.
Yeah, but more so. That's a lot of, money wasted kind of thing. When you don't need that much.
Yeah. Which you'll definitely be able to tell when you're just pissing out vitamins. Not because it'll feel different, but because of the smell. Believe me on that one. So my housemate demanded that I take a bunch of vitamins in the early days of my condition, thinking oh yeah, you just need some vitamins and some exercise. And I'm just no, that's not how this is working out.
No,
but sure, I'll take them if it keeps you from bitching at me. And yeah, so I know when you take too many vitamins, you could smell it.
Oof.
It's gonna be a little bit weird, but when you crack open the bottle of vitamins, you can smell the vitamins in the bottle, right? The pills.
Yeah.
when you take too much, which is going to be most over-the-counter stuff if you don't have like a severe deficiency like me, your piss will smell like the pills.
Interesting.
So, yeah. Like, you'd think it's like it would smell like piss, right? No, it smells like the pills. Weird body shit. This is like, most doctors are not going to recommend you take vitamins from over-the-counter stuff because it's not in a format that's easy for your body to take in. Like, you're only going to get like 5 to 10% of the vitamins that are in those pills that you get because it's just not in the right, I don't know, format for your body to absorb it all, you know?
Yeah, like generally speaking, you do not need a vitamin. And if you think you do, talk to your doctor, not just take people's word for it.
Yeah, for the most part, like, you just need to eat the right stuff. It isn't something you can do with vitamin D, sadly.
Yeah. And like you said, you've got, on top of just your skin, not absorbing light that well,
Yeah, like,
also your migraine medication can get you to boil up in the sun.
Yes. So for people who haven't been around long enough to hear me talk about it, so I don't actually mention this one that often, but my skin is so sensitive to the sun that I will start turning red like within a couple of minutes of being outside.
Yeah.
It doesn't help that I'm in the South and I have been for a long time, so like the sun is very intense here.
Yeah.
Because we didn't notice this problem when I was still like living with my family in Illinois when I was like 4 or 5. But like once I moved to Texas, like it started like becoming very obvious that I was never going to tan and I will turn red in any amount of sunlight. So the doctor, not I don't know if I should call him a doctor or not because he's a physician's assistant, he doesn't have like an MD, like he doesn't have a doctorate. So I don't know, but for the sake of brevity and ease, we're gonna call him doctor. But like my doctor prescribed to me amitriptyline, which for people who know their medications, this will sound like an antidepressant to you. And it is. It's used like that. But it's also used for stuff like chronic pain, insomnia, and migraine prevention, which is what I'm taking it for. The last two. What, the last three? Yeah, the last three. It doesn't work for the other two, but it does work for the migraine prevention, at least so far. But he didn't tell me this when I was sitting in the fucking office with him. And neither did the student that I saw the first time. She's cool. I like her a lot. I wish she was my actual doctor, but she's just a student, so fuck. Sucks, I guess. She's actually the only medical professional that like has ever actually gone to look for like a dimmer switch on the lights when I told them about my fucking like light sensitivity. Only one. So like that got me good. Like I was just like, yeah, you. I want you as my doctor. Too bad you're a fucking student. God damn it.
Yeah, like you've got it. Like you get it. You're attentive.
Anyhow, like and then like I get the medicine from the pharmacy and there's this warning label stuck on it and it says avoid prolonged or excessive exposure to direct and or artificial sunlight while using this medication. And I was like, okay, what the fuck's that about? Is it going to give me like migraines if I stay in the sun too long? Because that's normal for me. That already happens. So I look it up, and medical sites are just telling me, is like, oh yeah, you'll break out into hives and boils and shit if you stay in the sun too long on amitriptyline. And it's like, thanks.
Yeah,
thanks. You're trying to make me like an actual real life vampire.
Yeah, I was saying like, I got to get you a parasol.
I would actually fuck with a parasol like a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Any opportunity cool. Where I have a character that I can make with a parasol in it in a game, I do that because I love that shit. Actually, this is like wild tangent, but there's the game called Cataclysm: Dark Days Ahead. People who know their roguelikes and their survival games will know of this because it's a pretty famous one among like roguelikes and all that.
I hit me.
Yeah. And like Trigonine, like this is one of our favorite fucking roguelikes ever. In fact, I think part of Cinderfall is based on Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead.
Yeah, which
anyway.
Short version on that for Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Massive fucking convergence of different apocalypses.
Yep. As many as you can think of. If you can think of it, and it would leave any kind of survivors or surviving infrastructure at all, it happened.
Yeah.
Alien invasions, eldritch entities, zombie virus, solar flares, everything.
Robots malfunctioning.
Yeah, all of it. Anyhow, like one of my favorite things to do in that, because like most roguelikes, most survival roguelikes especially, you have to take like a laundry list of like negative traits in order to be able to like read and also do other things.
Yeah.
So like one of my favorite ones is to take albinism, because like it's a relatively simple negative trait to get around, right? You move around at night, or you like use sunscreen and sunglasses and so on and so forth. It does come with other problems, just like it does in real life. Of course, it's not just being pale, but you can work around all of those issues relatively easy in the game because of like how the loot and mechanics of the game works. So I like to just like to start with that, because you start with a parasol, and I beat zombies to death with my parasol, like walking down the street. I love it. It's so good.
Yeah, incredibly good. Like I don't use it just because I don't go out that much, but I did get a parasol that looks like Neo from Ruby.
Oh hell yeah! See, I would just like I would just want like a very simple black one. Any like accoutrements would be around the edges and then like on the handle and shaft of the thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely
overall, right?
solid way
Like
to
that's
go.
all I want. But that's how like I dress all the time anyway. I don't like graphic tees for the most part, you know. I just wear like plain black or gray t-shirts and like jeans and the fucking slacks and a button down or whatever, you know. Like nothing special on any of it.
Yeah, fair enough.
The only thing that I have that I wear semi regularly that actually has any sort of pattern on it is it's a short sleeve button down that has a like it's pinstriped, and it's got a skull on like the I think it's the right abdomen side.
Gotcha.
I have to pull it out, but I don't want to get up and go through my dresser right now.
Yeah, no. Let's
Anyway, I would fucking love that shit.
I have not played it yet because I am the broke, but Wanderstop came out.
Wanderstop. That's activating something in my elements.
A game from the creator of Stanley Parable and Beginner's Guide that features a warrior lady. I think it's like Alita or something.
Right, yes. Okay, I'm starting to remember.
Helping out and running a tea shop. And the game is very much about burnout, because a lot of the people involved have experienced burnout in the game industry. Like, you have the fucking Stanley Parable Beginner's Guide guy. First game that he comes out with is fucking Stanley Parable. Like, that hits
like, on one hand, I kind of want that to happen, like with AWRPG, right? Like, for people to be like, oh yeah, this is really good. But on the other, I really don't want to fucking deal with that.
Yeah, exactly. That and let's see. I know the music is by C418, who did a lot, like pretty much all tracks from Minecraft.
Yeah, I was trying to remember that. Like, where did I know that from? That's fucking Minecraft.
Oh, and the other person who is co-creator is Carla. I'm going to fuck up this name, but I want to say her name. Carla Zamanja, co-creator of Gone Home and Tacoma.
Okay. What a fucking pedigree on this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a game where you cannot rush completion, like just building things up kind of objectives. And it's Alta, not Alita.
Okay.
And I've been hearing some great shit.
Remember, like, you sending me a trailer or something about that.
Yeah, a trailer where
the trailer. I fucked with it.
Yeah, where she's just having a fucking PTSD panic attack.
It's the kind of shit that I'm definitely super into. Like, give me that kind of fantasy where it actually examines these things. And like most traditional fantasy does, but modern fantasy often doesn't. Right? which is weird to me, having grown up on like 80s and 90s fantasy, which actually does do all these things.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is
That's why
very
I've got
much
like this constant craving in me for like classical fantasy, like the old shit. It's because like no one makes it anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I always go back to George Carlin's bits because he's a crotchety old man, but he sometimes had it right. And one of the things he had right is we kind of soften language when it comes to things that people are experiencing in a way to medicalize them and make them more palatable to talk about without like communicating in the word how bad some of that shit is. Like post-traumatic stress disorder. It has traumatic in there, but it's still like this long-winded word that usually gets abbreviated to PTSD. Whereas shell shock.
Most people don't even realize what it actually means.
Yeah. Whereas shell shock, admittedly, doesn't cover everybody, so the word needed to change a bit. But it gave you a very clear idea of, oh, okay, this is serious.
Yeah.
So I just think in a way our culture has kind of softened these things and doesn't show them as raw as they can be, especially in our fantasy.
Yeah, which ideally fantasy should be the place to do it. You know, it's one thing to soften that language when you're talking about like real people, so you don't, like real people and real events, so you don't like accidentally trigger people's bullshit. But like when you're writing a book, a story, you're going to be writing about it in the moment, like it happening in the moment as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't soften that shit.
Yeah, how the character's feeling, all the things running through their head, all sorts of things.
But yeah, I mean, I'm super into that idea. I want to play that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's until the 18th, it'll be $22.49. Afterwards, it'll be $24.99. So not bad.
All right.
And it is very positive right now. And I've heard good things from people whose opinions I actually respect on those things.
So on Monday, I took a break during, like, we took a couple minutes long break during the Umineko thing, just to like talk and do a little bit of ranting, right? I chose my time. I took my time to talk about Path of Exile and its story. Right.
Yeah.
I remember telling you that I remember telling you about the beast and like what it does to people and like the basic setup of the setting, which is essentially that there is this great evil entity, supposedly evil entity at least. It's the source of all corruption and what's called thaumaturgy in the world, which is use of magic without a medium. I think. I don't know because the game doesn't exactly like specify what these things mean very well. But like most magic comes from stuff like runes or magical gems that you like put in your equipment or in yourself if you're feeling kind of wild about it. Thaumaturgy, on the other hand, is the use of magic without these mediums, right? And this is what the witch character that you can play is accused of, and several other witch characters that you meet in game are accused of, and they actually do these things. They're not just like being burned at the stake for no reason. Thaumaturgy is and can be very fucked up. Like a lot of the monsters that you fight as bosses are like thaumaturgical creations, and they are very body horror-y. But anyway, this beast is supposedly the source of all these things and the corruption, which is like anti-divinity. And you fight your way towards the beast by following the trail of things that you need to do, problems that you need to solve for both your own sake and the sake of the people around you, where they're asking you to do it and paying you to do it or what have you. You know, you can play it however you like. But eventually you start coming across, like, even from the very beginning of the game, honestly, you start coming across like lore items in the world, like books, letters, carved stones that have like essentially they're like rune stones, essentially, where they just tell a story on them. And like they all mention like the beast or the dark spirit or whatever. And you find out that this thing is at the very center of Rayclast, which is the continent you're on. And all of the corruption and evil and fucked upness about the world is spreading out from there, or at least as far as you can tell, it's spreading out from there, and that's what the source of it.
Gotcha.
So you got to go kill this thing. But as you're like slowly working your way towards the beast, and like to crack it open and get inside and carve out its fucking heart, because this thing is like literally the size of a mountain. There's no way you can actually fight it. You start hearing about like other champions and heroes and everything who've all tried to do the same thing. King Kaum and I don't even remember the other names. Deshret is one of them. But there's multiple, like Doresso and King Kaum and Deshret and so on and so forth. There's all these great heroic champions all went to try and do the same thing you're doing. But you get inside the beast and you find out that they are you get right up next to the beast anyway, and you find out that they are locked in a delusion, like they're trapped in a magical, illusory world where all their desires come true, and it's being done in the perfect way to keep them locked in to that situation, right? And I thought it'd be really fucking cool if Path of Exile did the same thing, right? Like you continue on in the story, and you kill the beast, in quotes, but you've actually fallen into the trap, and then like later on through the acts, like say Act 7, because there's 10 acts, you start finding hints and tips and little cracks in the illusion that you've been under the control of the beast this entire time, and like you're doing the same thing that King Kaum and Deshret and Doresso were all doing, and that's fighting invaders who have come to try and kill the beast as well. You were not immune to the corruption. You also fell to it. Then, I thought it would be cool if you broke out and then went and killed the beast properly afterwards. But they didn't fucking do that. Because the story after that becomes about like killing the gods, like these evil, not evil, but like a twisted, malevolent, or even just like a Knight Templar trope kind of god. Like good is not kind, justice is not like kind, etc., that kind of thing. When it really, like, these concepts should be like more malleable, right? Like justice is not justice if it's applied equally to everyone all the time, period, because there are extenuating circumstances and so on and so forth. So it's just like that. You got to go kill the gods that are being woken up again after the destruction of the beast, which was keeping them asleep, and so on and so forth. You get stronger, grow in power, gain divinity, etc., etc. And I thought it would be cool because like that's the perfect action RPG with the
kind of loot goblin
gameplay loop. The gameplay loop of like kill shit, get loot is the perfect kind of game to do this in. In most RPGs, the player character has choices they can make, right? But in an ARPG, the main mechanical gameplay loop at its very foundation is like something that you can't avoid, You can't just skip fights for the most part. Like you run past some enemies and everything, but like
by and large, like there are objectives to complete, loot to grab, and your build is what's actually
exactly. Choice. It would be the perfect thing to trap even the player in this delusion, right? Like, you could have done that, and then they just fucking didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't do it. I got all the way to the end. I'm in the epilogue now. I'm running maps, which is what the end game content is of Path of Exile, and it just didn't do any of that. It didn't, and I'm upset about it. But more importantly, I think I actually kind of hate maps. I think I loathe them.
Oof.
I played for like 8 hours last night, and because of the way that like experience on death works, like experience loss on death works, I am at 0% of the level that I started on today, or like that day. Like I'm still level 77, and it's very upsetting. And like part of this, like the whole reason like this even happened is there's a god that you have to fight multiple times during the story. Its name is Kitava. It's the cannibal god, the lord of hunger, etc. Right? And like I like the cannibal god. He's a great villain, and I think he would have been a great hero too if they'd taken the story in a different direction. But whenever you fight him twice during the story, and you quote unquote defeat him, like you reach the end of his boss fight the first time. You get a curse that lowers your all of your elemental resistances by 30%.
Ooh.
Which is fine. You know, you can have a story-based curse. I'm down with that. Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Problem, when you get to the end of Act 10 and you kill him again, you get cursed a second time, so your total is now minus 60%.
Oh no.
Which I know this is like the Doyleist reason for this is to make in-game and like gearing up actually like more difficult, like keep the game like challenging over time. But like Watsonian wise, as the player, it feels like a slap in the fucking face for defeating a boss. Like I'm permanently nerfed for the rest of like my time with this game. Like, because I fought a boss. Fuck you.
Yeah, you know, feels bad, man.
I would have called it great if they lifted the curse at the end of the first fight or into the second fight. Like, yeah, you got to go through the game and actually like kill the source of the curse to get rid of it. Okay, cool, sure, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Like at most, like make that the next objective after you do that.
Yeah, or like break the curse in the end game. There you go. But like, I know a lot of like people who like Path of Exile are gonna like try and like explain to me. It's like, yes, this has to happen because like otherwise getting all of your resistances up to like maximum cap is like is way too easy. And buddy, my friends, listen to me. Lean in real close. Who do you think controls the damage numbers and the resistance numbers on your gear? It's the developers. Yeah. They can rebalance things to make it so you don't get slapped in the face for beating a boss.
Yeah, they can absolutely they could up all they could do is up the damages of the monster or whoever, of the enemy.
Yeah, or the way I would do it personally is lower the overall damage numbers of elemental damages, just like in general for the most part, up until you get to the end of the game, which is when you get to the same level it's at right now. And then also lower the elemental resistances you can get.
Yeah, just lower the
until you get to like something with like an item level of 80 or whatever, and then you can have the same shit that you can get at fucking item level 50 or whatever. Yeah, like it's not difficult to do. I think the reason why this happened is because Path of Exile did not release with all 10 acts.
Yeah.
If I remember hearing about this way back when they came out with the acts 5 through 10, like there was some trailer or ad about like, okay, it's time to return to Rayclast now for you, right? Like, because like you went to Oriath in Act 5. So, like, yeah, when Act 6 releases, you go back to Oriath. And it's like, okay, yeah. So the game didn't release with its full story done, and therefore all the balance was, like, skewed by that, you know? I think that's why it happened, but it's still upsetting to me.
Yeah, that's very fair. Like, that's a bad way to do it. Like, Path of Exile itself sounds like a lot of people enjoy the gameplay loops and everything, and that's okay, because a good thing can make a bad decision, and it doesn't have to ruin the whole game.
Yeah, good things can still have flaws. In fact, almost every good thing still has flaws.
Yeah, absolutely, because it dares, kind of, to do a thing. And daring means getting shit wrong. If you girl boss close enough to the sun, you will melt your wax wings.
Sure, yeah, let's go with that.
But you will look sick doing it.
Or you'll, crash to the earth in a pile of burned feathers and gore.
Yeah, fair enough.
Which I still like to see that too.
Yeah. But yeah, so, that's a bad decision, and using this for TTRPG stuff, do not try to nerf your players permanently. Unless it is for a real dogshit decision that they knew was a dogshit decision.
Yeah, like if you're gonna nerf your players permanently like that, you gotta make that shit like telegraph to fuck.
Yeah.
Or you take the player aside and ask them if it's okay before you do it. Like,
yeah.
say you want a story beat to happen, you talk to that player in between sessions.
Yeah. But like 60% reduction in resistance, that is way too much.
Like, my actual total resistances are like over 100 right now. But with Kitava's Curse, everything is in like 20s to 30s range, except for my Chaos resistance, which is negative 45%.
Yeah, because especially in an ARPG, that doesn't actually add something interesting to the narrative. Because all it means is it's nerfing you some to continue to make fights kind of on par with the difficulty they've had so far. So it's not like it's making things actually harder for you. It is just maintaining a level of difficulty.
Yeah, it sucks too because, like, so like one of my problems with most action RPGs is that almost all of your character's power is like bound up in their equipment, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Path of Exile has an excuse for that, for the most part. Like it's the one game where I could like accept that. And it's because like your equipment is what holds your skill gems and your runes in the case of runesmithing. So like your equipment is like the stuff that's actually allowing you to do this, like cast the spells that you're casting, use the skills that you're using, etc. Because you've got these magical gems embedded into your armor or your weapon or your rings or what have you. So like in this case, like yeah, I could accept like most of your character's power coming from that, but most of your character's power doesn't come from that, even in a game with a setting like this. Like Path of Exile is the only goddamn ARPG that I've seen in years, maybe longer, and this also includes like other stuff too, not just action RPGs, but like MMOs even, where your power is not limited by your equipment for the most part. Like, yes, you need good equipment to act as the basis, but like you've got this huge, massive skill tree that gives you inherent armor, inherent energy shield, regeneration on par with like damn near immortality. You've got elemental resistances and all kinds of other shit involved in there. You don't have actual spells. It's called a passive tree for a reason. But you can functionally be most of like who your character is as a build without the gear that you've got on, unless your build relies on some unique legendary equipment, which can happen. And I'm also okay with that because like that's what legendary equipment fucking does.
Yeah, that's what it's
it
for.
Grants you new powers or changes what your powers do. Like that's like classic in like every fucking fantasy thing, right? Like, you know, you get a legendary sword and now you can fucking shoot laser beams out of it or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's a specific thing. But yeah, because that's the thing is like being bound up in your equipment and not being the one to craft the equipment means you're really not that impressive of an individual.
Yeah, like at that point, anyone with the equipment that you've got could do what you did. And that doesn't make sense to me because otherwise there would be thousands of God Slayers running around.
Yeah, absolutely.
In all of these games, right? Like, obviously someone else made this equipment and imbued it with all this magic that you're using. Why the fuck can't they use it?
Yeah, 100%. Like, and if you say, oh, well, they need combat training, a lot of fucking people have combat training in a world like that.
Like a lot. And sure, it may take like some kind of like inborn talent, you might say, to be able to do this stuff, but like you're not going to be the only one who has that inborn talent. And yet, you are the one killing all of these gods or all these demons in the case of Diablo or fucking whatever. But like, these god slayers, these people that shake the foundations of heaven and earth, like in their settings and their stories, if you took away their equipment and gave them a stick, there'd be like barely any more difficult to kill than the next guy with a stick.
Yeah, which
it's ridiculous, and that's just not the case in Path of Exile. In Path of Exile, you can actually like become so powerful through the passive tree that like low level enemies cannot hurt you. You can just like punch them to death, like one tap, boom, done, exploded. Shower of gore, meat pinata, which I like.
Yeah, that's why I love the near the end of Kingdom Hearts 1, where you get your fucking magic sword jacked, and he tosses you a wooden sword. And yeah, you are significantly weaker, but also you still have your magic, for one thing, but second thing is you are a character who has bonds with other people. So, specifically, you get Beast from Beauty and the Beast, and you two fucking go ham.
Yeah, it's just super disappointing to me that like I hate the maps, but I loved like the basic foundation of everything in Path of Exile.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair.
Because even like this happens in fucking Final Fantasy 14 too, right? Like if you put on level 1 gear again, you're not going to be that much more powerful than you were when you actually had level 1 gear.
Yeah, though it's a little bit better than that, just because you do have all those expanded moves.
Yeah, you definitely have like all the moves still and everything, but like,
yeah, you're still kind of like, well, fuck.
Yeah, like you're not going to be going and killing a freak with that. Like, no, it's not going to happen. It doesn't matter if you're level 100. You get like level 1 gear, you're not going to kill the freak again. You're just going to get plastered across the fucking wall.
Yeah, though,
like, god damn it, man, I hate that.
Yeah, though it is a bit better than others, but yeah, it still has that problem.
It's like, I know that like getting the number to be bigger with your equipment is fun. Don't get me wrong. I am in the same boat with you. Everyone who says that, I'm in the same boat. I am also a loot goblin. I love seeing the numbers go up on my sword, or my armor, or my rings, or whatever. I love that shit. Same as you. But I also want the character themselves to grow, to become more powerful, to become an actual threat. Become a reason why this gear can suddenly kill gods.
Yeah.
It's not because, like, the gear is just capable of slaying gods in the first place. It's because it's being held by someone who is capable of killing a god.
Yeah, it's why I appreciate Final Fantasy XIV above other MMOs as well, is there is the job quest. And yeah, they changed it to role quests at some point, because the writing team needs to sleep sometime. What?
My solution would just be to like hire more people, but that's me.
Yeah.
They're making money hand over fist, but like they don't control that. Like they're not.
Yeah, that's Squeenix, not the team kind of thing.
Yeah. Squeenix gives them a budget and they have to stay within it no matter how much they make. So
yeah, no matter how much they want to. And that's why capitalism is not actually good for art. People can make good art despite capitalism, but that's despite capitalism.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the job quests, they make you feel like things are progressing. They give you kind of story beats to go along with the class.
Yeah, like that you also learn abilities through those job quests as well.
Yeah.
Like the one that always sticks out in my mind for whatever reason is the I think it's the level 52 Dragoon job quest, where you're training your protege, your fucking student. Yeah, a student fucking Dragoon. And she asks you like what kind of like interesting or new techniques did you come up with as you were fighting things that weren't dragons? And you don't come up with like an attack or anything. You come up with battle meditation or battle litany. That's what it's called. And it's a wide area buff for your entire party, all of your allies. And this hadn't like to do this had never occurred to Ishgardian Dragoons.
And yeah,
it just wasn't a thing for them.
Yeah, and that's real fucking good. And I like that because it it kind of speaks to your character's experience. Like, that's a good one just because you came up with that on your own, and very explicitly so.
There's a lot of stuff like that in like the job quests and the abilities. Like a soul and a half of what you come up with after like level 60 or 70 is stuff that you saw enemies do, and then you adapt it to your own style, or just like completely new techniques that are all your warrior of light.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I love that a lot.
Yeah, just it's one where it's acknowledged by the narrative kind of thing.
Yeah, like when you fight a certain boss at the end of Heaven's Word, the character uses a certain dive attack. And you learn that dive attack too 10 levels later.
Yeah.
It's your new capstone ability at level 70. And it's like, fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. And then in the meantime, in between that, you also come up with abilities that aren't related to that character.
Yep, absolutely.
Or maybe it's level 80 that you come up with it. I don't remember.
Yeah, and then
it's 70 or 80. It's one of the capstone abilities.
Dark Knight has a lot of this, which I cannot say, because Dark Knight is a story you have to experience on your own.
Yes. I'd more than happily explain it to people that like just aren't going to play Final Fantasy XIV, but if you're interested in Final Fantasy XIV at all, you should play it before you hear me like ramble about like the Dark Knight quest and how good it is.
Yeah, which there's right now there's a reason
right now, that shit's free all the way up till like the last job quest that you can get, so like fucking go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And which yeah, there's a reason the writer of the Dark Knight quest is the co-writer for everything after.
Yeah. She is real good. Very good at her job.
Yes. Also, this has nothing to do with anything we've been talking about, but just to kind of wrap up some pre-chat and then actually get into the animes. There is a game I'm very interested in, which I think somebody might have put into the Discord, but it's called Do No Harm, which is a Lovecraftian doctor simulator.
Hold on, I'm going to search the Discord.
Now let me make sure somebody...
Nope.
Oh, nobody did? Okay.
Nope. But we do have like game recommendations in the Discord all the time, so I'm not surprised you misremembered.
There we go. I'll put it in then.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah, you're using your medical book to try and diagnose shit and help people. But that doesn't...
It's pretty good. I like that premise.
Yeah, and that doesn't always mean killing the thing that's in them or stopping them from being something other than just a plain old human. At least that's what I'm getting from the promotional material.
I should hope so. Because if it was just like killing the thing always, then like I would still like that, because we don't have very many Hunter games ever. But in fact, like the only Hunter game that I can even think of is Hellsign.
Yeah.
Which is also very fun for people who like that kind of thing. Go for it.
Yeah, it's basically Hellsign and then The Witcher.
There's that one Japanese one, right?
Yeah, and then there's the Japanese one, Ghostwire Tokyo.
Yeah, that's it. Ghostwire Tokyo. And even The Witcher doesn't like exclusively focus on that. That's just like side jobs that you do along the path of the main story.
Yeah, but it is... You are playing a hunter in a situation that doesn't always have to do with hunting. So I'd say it's at least about a hunter.
Yeah, that's fair. I would love a game like The Witcher where you could actually customize your character and like choose what your main story is going to be to an extent.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, please. I would love that.
Like, don't get me wrong, Geralt and Triss and Yennefer and the other fucking Witchers and Ciri and all of them, all the side characters, all the main cast, they're all very cool and interesting, but I want more.
Yeah.
More, damn it.
Yeah, again, don't want less of The Witcher. I want more of the customizable characters.
Yes, exactly. Everyone that likes playing their set characters can play their set characters, and I'll play them sometimes too. Don't get me wrong. I still love Geralt.
Yeah,
but I'd rather have Shepard.
Yeah, there's a reason I recommended Tales of Berseria to you. Because I knew you would
I still like
Velvet.
that quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the only part of that I really, actually hated was that last fucking dungeon where it's just... that's probably because I was on, hell difficulty or whatever the fuck it was called.
Yeah.
I did it to myself, but, also, goddamn, dude.
Yeah, I played it on a somewhat normal difficulty, and still the difficulty spike was real.
Yeah, it's which... That's to be expected, at least to an extent. The final dungeon should be the hardest one in all the game, unless there's an optional super dungeon.
Which there is, but
you should also have, upgrades in the dungeon so you can actually fight the stuff in the dungeon.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
Yeah, it was just very difficult.
That I found, anyway.
For no reason. That, and let Velvet repair her clothing.
Gods, yes, please.
Or at least have her own it. Have somebody try to slut-shame her, and have her go, fuck you.
Well, fuck you, I'm dressed like this because I want to be. Eat shit, nerd.
Yeah.
Fuck off, human.
But no, that's not her personality. She's actually a very utilitarian person in a lot of ways. Not entirely, she is very emotionally driven as well. But that doesn't go to how she displays herself.
Yeah, one of the first things I would have done after breaking out of that prison would be to, strip some fucking guard's uniform off and, get some clothes on.
Yeah, get something.
Clothes, armor, all of it. Yes, I do have my demonic abilities, that means normal humans can't hurt me. That doesn't mean a damn thing. I already know that these people can hunt demons.
Yeah, I literally know that there are, contingents of people who can hunt me. And will pluck me.
Yeah, the only reason I'm any different than any other demon is that I still have my fucking mind intact. That's it.
Yeah, I have my mind intact.
Not special.
Yeah, I've got my mind intact. Which a lot more demons than the Church with Lit On do have their wits about them, but...
Yeah, as far as I knew at the time, that's the only thing different about me, or in this case, Velvet, in this scenario.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fucking, I don't know, girl, just put a fucking breastplate on.
Yeah, exactly.
Get a breastplate, get a groin protector, make it so people can't kick in the bits.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's it's even more emphasized when one of the characters is maybe I should repair her clothes?
Yeah. It's so demons may be too powerful for normal humans to hurt, but I wouldn't want to find out if groin or boot to the groin still works on a demon or not when I'm the demon in question.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, A, I don't want to find out. B, I'm not that, it's not my fashion sense. Even if I don't feel the cold, I'd probably
fucking blend in, right?
Yeah, and Velvet, what we see of her in her normal life before all this shit happened, was kind of a clean-cut every girl. Bit of a homemaker, even.
It was like a fucking villager.
Yeah.
Like a normal-ass person.
Yeah, normal-ass person wanted to have power enough to, help out, her brother-in-law kind of thing.
She just didn't have the magic for it.
Yeah, just did not have the inborn abilities for it. But, she'd hunt boar, and she'd like to be able to fight demons, but she couldn't at the time.
Still absolutely fucking wild shit that she could kill a fucking boar with her feet.
Granted, she had blades in them.
I know, but still, it's absolutely wild shit.
Oh, absolutely. Like, she is as strong as probably someone like her could have been.
Honestly, if her life went a different way, she might have fucking made a contract with one of those spirits.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, the main problem was she couldn't fucking see them at the time. It wasn't only until after shit went bad that most people could start seeing the spirits.
Yeah. But, like, that was probably going to happen without Velvet's fucking fuckery going on, so.
Yeah, it would have just been a situation where she didn't make it to the ritual in time and literally just never saw anything. Artorias leaves, and she's kind of just left to her devices, and she has to figure out a way to get revenge another way.
Could be a unique story in and of itself, worth telling. I don't know.
Yeah, like, you could do something with that, because I'm sure you could, because we find out later fucking Artorias, like, starts to use the spirits as literal tools. So you can easily find somebody to go, yeah, you want to take down Artorias? I'll make a fucking contract with you, let's go.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, essentially you do find people who are like that, but you just don't fuse with the spirit kind of thing. All right, so we've been going for about an hour. Don to Don.
Yep. Yeah, but you start with the whatever the fuck. I forgot what I was even going to say there.
But yes, let's start with the synopsis here.
The word. Yeah, synopsis, thank you. I'm going to make a cup of tea.
All right. So yes, Don to Don, we get back to what was happening. School flooded, or flooding. Okaroon is fucking naked because aliens want to steal his banana. And we have the fucking Sapporians or whatever fighting against Ira. Which Ira's abilities are fucking amazing. I love her look, and I love her abilities. Very much the hair tentacle thing. Strong on the kicks. Meanwhile, Okaroon is just looking through lockers trying to find fucking clothes. Just this poor motherfucker.
Yeah, he does not want his banana organ exposed to people who want to take it from him. Not again.
Yeah. Let's not do this.
Once was more than enough for a lifetime.
Yeah, once was more than enough. So we've got the fucking pistol shrimp boxer character. I think it's like a Mantisarian or something is the actual name of the alien.
Yeah, some shit like that.
And we have the Sapporian who
honestly, like, genuinely, UFO conspiracy theorists need to be, like, more creative with their fucking names.
Yeah. Granted, the Mantisarian might just be this only, but the Sapporians are conspiracy things for sure. The Sapporian can use psychic abilities to pin people down, so that's part of the problem. And Ira continues to have main character syndrome, which is kind of great.
Serposian, that's what it is. Sorry, I Googled it.
Saposian, gotcha. I knew it was Suppo something.
Yeah, they're called like the Serposians or some shit.
Yeah. But yeah, just fucking Ira going, I am the chosen one. I won't lose to the likes of you. And she's not the chosen one. Okarun, still not finding clothes, has to go granny mode, but still cover his junk.
The family jewel, because they still haven't found the other one.
Yeah, they still haven't found the other one. I am interested in seeing the other one, that's for sure.
He's a jewel short of a treasury. Would that be a good joke?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
But yeah.
It was just like pop fully formed in my head, so I have to workshop that one.
Yeah.
You got it as is from the thoughts.
Yeah. But yeah, very good, very fun situation where it's like, yeah, fuck. Can't do much
Honestly,
here.
all the full shots of like of Okarun's butt should not be as funny as they were.
Yeah. Also, shapely rear end on this boy.
I mean, he has been running his ass off almost literally for a couple of weeks now, so he better have a good ass.
Yeah, absolutely. But I feel like anime often makes the boy's ass not good. No,
yeah, it's got like that sort of like that's almost squarish, muscular look. So he's working on it. He's getting there.
Yeah, just a lot of scenes of barely hiding the goods from the from the camera. And then Momo finally shows up again because apparently Nessie has been keeping her occupied until now.
Of course, like Nessie would be, right?
Yeah. But yes, so she comes in. She's the one who can stop their psychic bullshit.
I do like that when she shows up, like the aliens all go, "Oh fuck, she's here."
Yeah. Yeah, because just for our English-speaking audience, which is everybody, the name of the episode is Merge, Serpo, Dover, Demon, Nessie.
Sorry, I just scrolled back and I just saw another one of the shots of Okarun's butt. It's like,
Yeah.
fuck, dude. This is the one where he's like launched forward out of the awesome zone, I think they called it.
Yeah, the awesome
the
zone.
Psychic abilities that they were using to keep Okarun and Ira on the floor.
Yeah.
And he just fucking launches out of it and like headbutts the Dover demon or the Banta Strip dude or whatever the fuck he's called. And there's a still shot of him just like flying forward, butt cheeks on full display.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Serporian goes ahead and fucking alters the mantis shrimp. Or the pistol shrimp. Which I think
alters don't know how that shit works, but like
alters the mentality, and also so I think he's effectively dead in being controlled or altered mentality. Because he's like, hey, don't do that to me, but of course the Seporians aren't big on consent. In many a way.
Like they ask, but then they just ignore whatever your answer is anyway.
Yeah. We get a lot of the characters working together in this episode, which I like. Because the thing with Okarun is he can see exactly what's going on with the punches of the pistol shrimp.
Yeah, because like his thing is speed.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where you don't know if the speedster also has perception of speed, and that can be a limiting factor, but no, he can actually read speed. So he works together with Ira.
who is, as a dancer, slippery enough to dodge everything.
Yep.
Once she knows where it's coming from.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when things get flooded again. And we get fucking Nessie, which is this thing that absorbs water to then shoot lasers.
It is like basically like a water jet cutter. It's like functionally like the same thing as what we do to like cut metal with water.
Yeah. Also, Okaroon just excited that it's Nessie.
Yeah.
Ira insisting
then
she's
Ira gets excited over like him getting excited because she's apparently in love.
Yeah, she's now in love. But they do finally talk it out as well.
Yeah, like the Momo and Okaroon have a heart-to-heart in the middle of the fight.
Like, hey,
of course they would. It's a shonen.
Don't assume shit. If it means something to you, tell me, and I can explain myself one way or another.
Yeah, he goes on about like how he doesn't care what other people think, but Momo is like the one person that he actually wants to make sure she has no misunderstandings.
Yeah.
Which is great. Like, that's great relationship development. Come on.
Yeah,
let's go.
Absolutely. Like, this is real good. Again, Momo continues to be the most powerful character, and all the other characters are supporting roles, which isn't to say they're weak, but it's definitely that stealth thing where it's like, yeah, I wanted to make a shonen with a woman as the protag. Shonen Jump wouldn't let me. So now I've just...
So you get this instead.
Yeah. So now I've stealthed it in by making Okaroon a lead as well, but still, she's the more powerful of the duo.
This is where we also find out, because Ira gets punched into the upper part of the water. It's weird. It's like the entire space transforms into water, and like the hallway is also flooded at the same time. So like you going through a wall means you're also in water. She gets punched into the other parts of the water by the mantis shrimp guy. And Okaroon tries to go after the mantis shrimp guy, only to find out that Turbo Granny can't swim.
Yeah, her myth, her power is about running. She will fucking own your ass in a foot race. Nothing else.
Like, she might be fast enough to run on the water, but, like, besides that, there's no way.
Yeah, like, I'm sure Okaroon can run on water, given how fucking fast he moves, but otherwise, yeah, swimming ain't happening. So yeah, they figure out the way to make Okaroon technically swim is to squeeze him with Momo's psychic hand, which... I don't know about you, but that looked a little perverse to me.
That was very funny.
Very funny.
Oh, it's probably one of the greatest shots of the episode. There's a lot of really good shots of this episode. Yeah. So, like, he lays flat, like completely flat, like a board with his head pointed forward, right?
Yeah, he is so essentially a boat or a surfboard.
Yeah, and Momo just like sits on his back and just fucking yeets him forward with with their psychic hands.
Yeah, in a squeezing motion that don't look good. As far it looks amazingly funny, but it looks a little perverse here.
Which is probably the point, right? It's Momo. Come on.
Yeah. So she strips down as well as Ira because they want to have as little water resistance as possible.
Oh, fuck. And of course, like...
So they are both riding. They're both riding on Okaroon's back, stripped down to their undies. And this is when I post the picture along with bisexual sex is weird.
Of course, with Okaroon completely in the nude.
Yeah,
Fucking
Okaroon still
his
hasn't
goddamn
gotten
family
anything.
jewels to the wind, or family jewel anyway.
Yeah, because that's also a bit from Ira earlier, where Okaroon does get exposed, and she, like, this is towards the start of the episode, and she's like, oh, you're basically expecting a proposal already. Or an engagement already.
Which, of course, she's the reason he was in that position. She fucking threw him into the wall.
Yeah.
Face first into the wall.
Yeah. But there is something that does have bisexual energy about Momo sitting up front and then Ira wrapping her arms around her middle to stay on.
And then both of them sitting on fucking Okaroon's ass.
Yeah, just both of them on his back because he is the surfboard. He is their submersible. They're sitting on him
like he's a waveboard or a surfboard when they're paddling out to the wave.
Yeah,
they're not surfing him, but like, you know.
Yeah, it's not actually surfing because it is still water, but you get the idea, folks.
I almost set myself into a coughing fit.
But they all work together. Okaroon's speed is necessary for a lot of this. But Momo goes ahead, gets rid of the water because the Sarporians don't understand how pistol ship work, which is they have great punching power in the water, but they can actually destroy them fucking selves if they're on land. Like if they're...
Yeah, without the supporting pressure and everything of the water, they'll just like fucking rip themselves apart. Which we can, like, believe it or not, humans can do that too.
Yeah.
But we've got like neurological limiters in place to make sure that we don't rip our muscles from the bones.
Yeah. It very rarely happens. It's either when you are drugged out of your fucking mind, or you are in a scenario where your brain goes, I've got to pull out all the stops or something world-shattering is going to happen.
That's also drugged out of your mind, to be honest.
I mean, yes.
Just on adrenaline.
Yeah, it's just... basically, combat drugs do the same thing adrenaline does, but on demand.
Yeah, and adrenaline is a naturally produced combat drug. It's a combat stim. That's what it is.
Yeah. So, you know, the things where you go like, oh, a mother had to save her child by fucking lifting a car, that sort of thing.
Yeah, she probably fucking like ripped all of her muscles and detached them from the bone afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
By doing that.
So, the reason you can't do this shit is you're going to destroy your body. Yeah, and now the Saporians really just want to kill Momo.
She is kind of getting in their way a lot, isn't she?
Yeah, she's getting in their way, and she's capable of fighting their asses. So anyway, yeah, tears themselves apart because they didn't understand the being they had contracted and then fused with. Then, to deal with the water jets, Ira can fucking grab them with her hair and disable that. And they fucking beat this thing.
Yeah, fucking Okaroon uses her hair as like a walking line to sprint down towards the thing and just like blast a hole straight through its head.
Yeah, exactly. Because the moment
and if you've been paying attention to this fucking story and how the supernatural works here, you know exactly what's about to happen next.
Yeah, goes fucking full throttle right into the thing. I do like that we actually see some of her hair snap when he does that.
Yeah.
Because that
it goes to show like exactly how powerful he is as well.
Yeah, shows
because, how like her hair is supposed to be as strong as steel cables right then, right?
Yeah, something like that. Super tough, like able to fuck up buildings pretty damn good. To get into the character design before I get to the punchline and ending of this, I love that Ira's mask varies between her emotions and scenes. Because sometimes it fully covers her and she talks like Acrobatic Silky.
Yeah, which is interesting because Okarun's mask does not do that.
Yeah, which kind of makes sense.
I can't decide if that means like Ira is better at controlling it than he is, or if that means she's worse at it than he is.
I think what it means is Acrobatic Silky gave everything to revive her, whereas Okarun only has the power from Turbo Granny, because the consciousness of Turbo Granny is just in the fucking cat.
They're probably better in that case, yeah. Like more in touch with it because it's actually a part of her now, rather than just being something lent to her or kept by her.
Yeah. So, in ways, she is more in tune with the spirit of Acrobatic Silky, anyway.
I wonder if she transformed in public and grabbed people with her hair, what it would look like to people without the sight.
I would assume it looked like telekinetic abilities. Now for the ending. School is now unflooded.
Yeah, the barrier breaks. The separation breaks.
Yeah, Okarun is on top of Momo. Which, bear in mind, she's stripped down, he's naked. Ira is also there, just not in the same, like, on top of them. All of their classmates fucking show up. Because of course they did.
Like someone sees them out the window. Is like, oh shit, what the fuck is that? And everyone, like, hearing the shouting, turns and looks, and these three naked motherfuckers running down the hallway.
Yeah, and one has an actual camera. Another has a phone out. And all three of them now have to sprint down the fucking hall, looking like utter gremlins. Because of course they do, because this is the stuff of actual, like, nightmares people have.
Yeah. I wonder if their clothes are still in the classroom that they took them off in.
Probably. It is probably, because I think where they were was in the supply room of the gym.
I can't remember. I thought it was a classroom, though. Like, I remember seeing desks and shit. Because they were fighting in the hallway most of that.
Yeah. Like, I know that one scene definitely was.
I'd have to rewatch it and pay, like, more attention to the surroundings this time. But
yeah.
Either way, like, because that would be, like, real fucking interesting. It's like, that would clue some people into something weird going on, because, like, obviously these kids woke up in the hall, like, it just appeared out of nowhere in the hallway, sopping fucking wet, naked, and then, like, their clothes are found later in a different room, like, also completely soaked through. In a room full of people, potentially.
Yeah, let's see, because I'm going to the scene where they save her. Oh yeah, it's a classroom. Looks like the cooking classroom, actually.
Okay, I thought so. I thought it was a classroom.
No, they must have been in a supply room in a different scene where they surfaced.
Could be, yeah. So that would be very interesting to see, like, what's going on in the situation from perspectives that are not the main characters.
Oh, absolutely. Like, that's one of the things I love about JoJo's. Because if you don't have a stand and you don't have supernatural powers, you're not seeing shit. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's something I kind of want to write now, is like a paranormal investigator or someone who just gets turned on to the paranormal like this. And they keep missing everything, but they keep finding evidence of the thing that happened, right?
Okay, so
like in this case, they find the clothes in a different room, in a room full of people that didn't see them get put there.
Okay, so what happens is they start fighting Nessie in the gym, and that's when they surface in a place where they have the basketballs and everything. Because they need room to actually maneuver around this fucking thing.
Yeah, okay, I got you. Squeaking ass chair. I shift my weight and it just goes. Eh.
Yeah, but yeah,
I've known this for a little bit, but I need to get underneath and fucking spray it down with WD-40.
Yeah, but yeah, I fucking love this episode, and it makes us feel like we have a party, basically, like we have a team.
And yeah, I loved when the comments I showed it to you. It's like, please tell me they become like a polycule after this. It's like, yes, yeah, please.
So, and without seeing that, I actually said the same thing because I'm like, I see them as
bisexual disaster polycule. Let's go.
Yeah. So the main thing we have to see now is who is our fourth person in this 4-man band.
And what exactly happens to these three at school the next day?
Yeah, like I can tell you that Psycho is going to fucking just own Momo.
Oh yeah, Seiko is gonna laugh so hard at this.
Yeah, she might actually keel over. But she'll be okay. She's the one, she'll probably cover for her to some extent when it comes to her parents. If her parents are even alive, I actually don't know.
I don't know. No idea.
Because I think they are. I think she actually lives at home, possibly. Well, no, she lives with her granny. So, no.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't want to look it up in case there's going to be some spoilers involved in that. I don't know.
I don't know what's going to fucking happen to Okarun, though. His parents are probably normal.
Same with Ira.
Ira as well. But she's also, spoiled, so she probably gets away with it. She definitely has, on top of protagonist syndrome, she is kind of a spoiled brat.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think she probably gets it swept under the rug, would be my guess.
Yeah, but my concern is mostly like the kind of shit that they're gonna have to deal with from other students now.
Yeah. Granted, Okarun might get the reputation of a ladies' man.
That would be very funny.
That would be incredibly funny, given the kind of person he actually is, which is he's stopped being quite so bad because he can actually interact with people and say his feelings out loud. But he's still this nerdy twerp of a boy, just with muscles now.
Some muscles, at least.
Some muscles.
He'll get there eventually, I'm sure.
So yeah, that's Dandadan. I am extremely excited to get to the next the next 3 episodes here, and then we're probably gonna shotgun the fucking manga.
Yeah, probably. Fuck, because this is one of those that it's probably good enough that I'm gonna want to read the manga afterwards.
Yeah, because I want to know what continues.
That's actually that's super rare for me. Usually, I prefer to watch or read it in whatever format that I started on, and complete it that way, and then go read or watch the other format.
Yeah, but for this, it's I want to know what happens, and it's gonna be a bit because, well, this is really good fucking art, and that takes time.
See. We have 3 more episodes to go, yeah.
Yeah, 3 more episodes. All right, any final thoughts for Dandadan before we move over to Sakamoto Days?
No, but I do have to go to the bathroom, so we're going to have to take a small break.
All right, be right back, folks.
Yep.
Yes, we are back.
I just turned off... I clicked the wrong button to turn off the thing, and I fucking... turned on my beast, starting soon image instead.
Oops.
Yep. Well.
But yes.
Anyway, there we go. Sakamoto Days.
Yeah, Sakamoto Days. Which, something is happening at Sakamoto-san's daughter's school, so he's there while the two of them are at the shop.
Yeah, like some fucking parent day thingy.
Yeah, some parent. Yeah, and I love that he's just taking so many photos.
Yeah. That is like definitely like just a fucking absolute fool for his daughter.
Yeah, absolutely. Which leaves Shin and Lu at the shop, which they are fighting back and forth, like, why are you wearing my apron while you're doing the work?
Etc. Etc.
You know, Shin trying
to that like siblings or otherwise people who are close would do, even if it doesn't feel like they are in the moment. You look at that and go like, okay, yeah, like either these two are gonna make out or they're gonna be like siblings. I can't decide which yet.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but they're fighting back and forth. Lu calls Shin creepy because he can read minds, which admittedly he is reading her mind and commenting on the insults she makes in her head, which isn't cool. Like, you cannot thought crime people. But she still says something she doesn't mean, and it causes Shin to leave, because that's...
Although, do we know if Shin can even turn it off?
He can... that's a good question.
I know he can direct it and, like, focus it, but can he turn it off?
Yeah, he
can
might...
Can someone, like, right in front of him keep their thoughts a secret? Like, or can he avoid reading someone who is, like, right in front of him?
Yeah. Granted, that also means you have to get a thicker skin, then. Because people are going to think negative things about you, even people who like you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But like, his point is also pretty good, though, because he's just like, if you're gonna, like, think it, you might as well say it out loud, because you know I can hear it anyway. So, like, fucking hit me.
Yeah.
Instead of keeping it to yourself, like, say something.
Yeah. And so Shin leaves because he's pretty upset. And a bunch of fucking, as we find out, assassins from the lab come and just take Lu because she's wearing a name tag that says Shin. Which, they have a photo of young Shin.
Like, yeah, this dude definitely grew his hair out, dyed it, and then took a whole bunch of HRT to get away from you. Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. Photo of Shin. But the guy leading things is like, nah, I'll just kill you if you disagree with me. And they find out later, during the argumentation, like, no, that's Lu. And she's like...
The gods, they find out.
Yeah. And, like, they are commenting, like...
And we actually hear Lu's real thoughts on Shin, and that's that he's actually a really good guy, and he may be annoying sometimes, but that doesn't mean he deserves this kind of shit.
Yeah.
And then she starts thinking that she needs to apologize for him to him when she sees him again, because, like, she realizes after hearing it out of these guys' mouth that what she said was really not okay.
Yeah, really not okay. Yeah. So Shin goes back, sees, signs of a struggle.
Broken glass on the floor, etc., etc.
Thankfully, Sakamoto shows up. Right after, and he explains the situation. And
speak on, ye fool.
Yeah, and then Sakamoto's like, yeah, I've got tracking devices in the name tags. Which, I mean,
she's
fair.
Just like, huh?
Which, I mean, kind of fair for him.
Yeah, like, definitely understandable. It's like, oh yeah, definitely, like, do something like that, so, because people are after you and your people, so, like, yeah, protect them where you can.
Yeah, and then we find out...
around all the time, you might as well make it so you can find them easily.
Yeah, we find out Sakamoto has a motorcycle. And fucking Lou is crying like, "You brought Boss Man! You came back for me!"
Yeah. Oh shit, Sheen, Mr. Manager.
And they had guys
like
on
after seeing those
motorcycles.
two in action, like I'm sure she's just like, oh yeah, I'm good now. I don't have to worry about a damn thing.
Yeah, exactly. The moment Sakamoto shows up, you're like, okay, yeah, we're good. But yeah, they got guys on motorcycles with like taser batons.
Just had them fucking ready in the back of a truck.
Yeah, and then fucking Shin jumps onto the back of a pickup truck and is like, "Hey, old man, can I borrow one of your pieces of wood?" He's like, "Sure," person who just jumped on my... Like, he's not even distressed in the slightest. He's like, "You guys filming a movie? Like, that's how movies work?"
Yeah. It's that, like, that trope, people thinking someone else is filming a movie when something, like, weird is happening like this. Like, that... It's very funny, but I also gotta wonder where the fuck it comes from.
The only thing I can think is people just assume that weird shit going on has to be a movie or something. They come up with some normal excuse so they don't have to think too hard about it.
Yeah, like, that's the best I got, too. But, like, that kind of shit's also why I always have, like... So, in urban fantasy, it's pretty typical to have something like a masquerade or a veil or something like that.
Yeah.
And sometimes this is a literal supernatural veil that keeps people from like recognizing what's going on. Yeah. But in the case of like my stuff, no, it's just that people don't want to accept it.
Yeah. Which
they just see weird shit and just go, it must be like a magic show or something.
Yeah, which to some extent happens in some TTRPG settings. Like, I think, like, White Wolf stuff goes that route to an extent.
Yeah, although the masquerade is something that you can actually break in White Wolf stuff, and there's actual consequences for it. If you break it too much, you get blood hunted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, assuming you're a vampire anyway. I don't know how it works for mages and all that, but I think for mages it has to do with paradox. But
yeah, with mages, paradox is going to hunt you down.
I've never played mage, so...
Yeah, with mage, paradox is what's going to hurt you is, oh, you are making too big of a fuss. We've got to snuff you out kind of thing.
The paradox, as far as I recall, is like the foundational, like... There's a collective unconsciousness in White Wolf media in the world of darkness as well, but the way it works is somewhat different than how it usually does in like stuff that I work on. Baseline reality will reassert itself, but it does so by punishing the mage rather than correcting unrealistic things. In the case of like my stuff, like mine and Triggs, it will clash and then like it'll twist stuff. Like that's the result will be something that's twisted, not quite real, but not quite supernatural. In the case of Mage, I'm pretty sure it hunts in quotes down the mage responsible for the magic and fucks them up. Like it causes like bad karma essentially. But aside from that, like I have no idea how the masquerade or anything works for any other group of supernaturals in the world of darkness, like geists or demons or even werewolves. I don't fucking know.
Yeah. But yeah, basically, if you do some vulgar magic that cannot be explained by a sleeper's idea of what reality is and what governs it, so like crushing a car with your bare hands, it'll gain you paradox. Let me see. For a werewolf...
And you've got to work off that paradox somehow without getting your fucking skull smashed by a random falling piano.
Yeah. Yeah, and then for werewolf, there is a company called Pentex. Which
so they just got to hide from a specific company?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, I thought so, because like Mage is the only one that I know of that has an actual supernatural explanation for why they keep the masquerade. Everyone else is just like for survival.
Yeah, and specifically it's the worm that this company like, Pentex works for.
Yeah, because like it doesn't matter how fast or strong you are as a vampire or a werewolf. A
enough
nuke
dudes.
is still a nuke.
Yeah. Yeah, enough dudes can also just pile onto you. But yeah, formerly, it's a multinational megacorporation, largest in the world. It's also tainted by the worm. Its main agenda is the spiritual, moral, and environmental corruption of the planet.
Yeah, the worm is kind of similar to the worm in our work in AWRPG, in that it's a great eldritch entity. I don't know all the details for World of Darkness, but like it is intent on fucking up the planet. The worm in our fiction in AWRPG is like it doesn't really strictly have a goal. It's more like it just instinctually eats shit, and it's let into the worlds by time paradox and shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, just basically runs into the worm, gets infected by it, and, used to be just like an oil company, basically. And that's also why vampires trigger werewolves so hard, is they look like, and are in essence, part of the worm. Like,
That's weird.
Yeah, in the Weeb of reality, they look like the taint and decay of the worm. And that's why they want to snuff vampires out. At least some of them. Some of them can just begrudgingly go, get the fuck out of here.
Now that's a question. Where did the vampire versus werewolf thing come from?
I think it started with the fucking Underworld movies. Let me see. World of Darkness might have actually started it.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well. It's been around for a while, but it was mostly made popular by the World of Darkness games, which heavily influenced urban fantasy writers. Then Underworld became massively successful and kind of cemented it, which is interesting. I knew it was older than Underworld because I remember when the first Underworld movie came out, and I had already done like forum role playing stuff, and like that was already an aspect in that.
Let's see here. Yeah, because they used to be co-stars. They used to just show up together because that's where you'd get in, like, Dracula
2003,
and the Wolf.
okay.
You get that in Dracula the Wolfman, in fucking Castlevania, werewolf works for Dracula.
Yeah, which is pretty classic. I know Mal knows this because I've talked about it to fucking ad nauseum because I'm a giant goddamn nerd. But for people who don't know, in European folklore, vampires and werewolves were so closely linked to one another that in some places the word for werewolf was the word for vampire and vice versa. The only difference in those places would be whether or not the creature was still alive.
Yeah. Yeah, seems like modern storytellers soon saw the potential in the, conflict between sophisticated vampires and bestial werewolves. And there was actually an emergence of urban horror and supernatural romance genres that created this rivalry. But we get kind of a cementing of it with, like you said, vampire and underworld. All right, so massive tangent over. At least for now.
It's Wakad like it's the one that I was thinking of.
Basically, the lab, which is where these guys in fucking basically spacesuits say they're from, is where Shin grew up. And he actually doesn't have necessarily negative connotations about the lab.
Yeah, he was telling Sakamoto that they were weird people, like a pack of fucking weirdos, but they weren't dangerous, not like this at least.
Yeah, they weren't dangerous people, and it doesn't look like that's how he entered into assassination. It seems that might have
Yeah, it must
happened
have been like
after.
sometime after like he left the lab somehow.
Yeah. But now we've got these guys in fucking spacesuits and this one fucking assassin that has a either an ability or a suit that lets him go invisible.
Yeah, I'm torn on that one because his suit doesn't fucking cover his head, but at the same time, there's that sort of electrical crackle when he activates his camouflage, whatever the fuck.
Yeah. And he just kind of has this very muted mannerism to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has fond memories of these people. Like, he kind of remembers it like a photograph. So they go to the science museum where they're actually, secretly at. Which they get a couple of employees going, "Hey, want a souvenir photo?" And Shin tries to say no, but
Sakamoto is just like, "Man, let's bring Hannah here later."
Yeah, and he's like, "All right, take," and they take one large print of photo because they got dinosaur heads,
which of course Hana will absolutely fucking love.
Oh, absolutely.
Dad and Uncle Shane went to a museum to scout it out to see if it was good to bring Hannah. We got this picture for you. Here you go.
Yeah, and so we finally get the fucking deer head guy. Yeah, fucking reindeer man. He is not actually an animal-headed person, which I kind of wondered if they were going to go that route. But no, it's just...
he does have surgical scars all over his fucking knuckles, so, like, he could have been some weird fucking, like,
chimera fucker.
Chimera motherfucker.
Yeah. But no, yeah, scars on his hands and on his face once he does lift the mask.
Although we don't see much of his face. Unless I just, like, looked away during that frame.
Yeah,
which is possible.
Yeah, he pulls it up over his eyes, basically.
Okay, because all I remember is a shot of like him from the side, so you can see like his jawline and a little bit of his hair.
Yeah, we do see his eyes, and he's got some serious eyeliner too.
Well, I mean, fair enough. Then I must have like glanced away for a second.
Yeah.
For that one, I will have to rewatch that episode later so I can see the face. Actually, fuck it, let's do it right now. It's not like it's gonna come through on the stream. There, you. Suck motor day. Where is it? Like roughly halfway through?
More or less, but I've actually grabbed it for you. So
yeah. There we go. I see it. Yeah, those are some nasty scars.
Yeah, those are some nasty scars.
Yeah, because what I remember is like the frame directly after this.
Got you.
Where Seba is like raising his hand to like say, "Hey, boss, can I say something?" And like the guy's got his fucking mask up, and you can just barely see his jawline and his hair coming down.
Yeah, so he fucking the guy with the invisible stuff fucking narcs. Yeah, Seba narcs on his boss because of course he does, because his boss sucks.
Yeah, and Reindeer Headman like implies that there's another boss ahead of him, like above him.
Yeah, which at the end of the episode we do see a couple people that we recognize, and we gotta wonder, is that it? So next they, got to go into the secret entrance for Sakamoto and Shin. Everything's the same except for the password for the elevator. And that's when the bears animate. Because they got fucking guns in their mouths. And Shin's like, you ever fight a bear for real, Sakamoto? And he goes, yeah, that's basic wild animal fighting training. It's like, that's basic?
Yeah, I'm trained against like all kinds of wild animals and shit. All right, dude. Damn.
Yeah. But then the fucking dinosaur skeleton animates. Like
by machinery, of course. It's not fucking magic.
Yeah, it's not magic.
I wouldn't put magic past the setting, but in this case, it's not magic.
Yeah, like, if they are gonna pull, like, straight up magic, they're gonna say so, I think.
Yeah, it's gonna be like someone in the order or something like that that has magic, you know? Maybe it's that lady.
Yeah.
The quiet lady with I think she uses an umbrella all the time.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember her name, but...
Yeah. And Sakamoto looks at this moving skeletal dinosaur T-Rex and is like, I want to catch it for Hana.
And I will love this.
But then it gets to be too tough, and he's like, you know what? The cool thing about dinosaur things is they don't move. After he fucking destroys the fucking thing.
Yeah, because of course he does. Like, it's Sakamoto. He just punches straight through the fucking, like, steel engine block that's running the damn thing. Just straight through.
Yeah, he's just like...
This absolutely crunches the goddamn thing.
Yeah, literally says, this is not worth the effort. Fucking punches it and then kicks it in the jaw and then goes down for one more fucking drop.
Just to make absolutely goddamn sure that the engine can't connect to the rest of the body anymore.
Yeah, so they get down there. Shin, you probably snapped his fucking neck there, but okay, you knocked him out. Okay.
Yeah, he's unconscious. He's sleeping. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, I play the Yakuza games, and they go, oh, Kiryu never kills somebody. And then he's picking up a motorcycle and beating a man with it. And like, okay, sure, that person isn't dead. But yeah, Lab
was... Yeah, sure, he's still alive.
Yeah. Lab got taken over by assassins, and that's what occurred. So anybody that's in a suit...
He really should have like done like a chokehold or something, because that's just like a neck snap right there. There was even a crunching sound. Come on.
Yeah, like that is 100% a neck snap, but I guess he snapped the neck enough to knock him out, but not kill him, which isn't how that works.
Yeah, that's not how that works at all. Do not try this at home.
Yeah. Granted, I guess fucking some masseuses will just fucking crack your neck in that kind of fashion, and it looks violent, but no, this is crunch. You should be dead, sir. Granted, maybe he isn't dead, he's just paralyzed for life.
God.
Technically not dead.
Yeah, we follow Sakamoto family rules. We don't kill people. Cripples them for life instead.
Yeah. But yeah, assassin fucking moves in, forces the people who are working there, who were just kindly but like cutting edge researchers.
Yeah, they have the researchers working on fucking something. But like the researchers are calling it silly, and the assassins are not. So like there's something funky going on here, and it's certainly not the kind of research that they were doing before either.
Yeah, and then Shin's like, "Yeah, I gotta go save them," and then one guy just stuffs him in a fucking locker.
Yeah, Sakamoto too.
Sakamoto too,
who barely fits, of course.
Yeah. And then
one of the leaders of the assassins has come in, and it's like a mad scientist type of guy.
Yeah.
So mad scientist, in fact, that he's got 6 syringes filled with mysteriously colored liquids.
Yeah.
Sticking out of his fucking shoulders.
Yeah. And then we have some scientist It looks like, because he still has a... And oh, yeah, he's got equations around him and shit. That's also in the cell with Lou. And he's like...
Yeah.
Hey, oh yeah, I'm the head researcher of the lab. You want me to help you get out of here?
Asakura, that's it.
Yeah, Asakura.
Yeah, he's the director,
and also...
I think we were just told by the other scientist that he was in the basement.
Yeah, and then Mad Horiguchi is, I think, the name of the guy here. Yeah, Mad Horiguchi, who is just drinking out of a blood bag.
Yeah, I just saw that. I thought it was like a fucking juice box when I was watching earlier, but no.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's just a fucking IV bag full of blood.
Yep. Fucking stabs him with whatever substance. So, of course, Shin comes out and is like, fucking stop this bullshit. Yeah, Shin and Sakamoto get out of there so they can beat the absolute shit out of this man. But first, Shin gets fucking stabbed because this guy's actually quick. And reverses...
a leader in a fucking assassin organization, I guess.
Yeah. What is it?
He's worth because he's fast. He's worth being in an assassination organization. I suppose. We haven't heard the name of the organization yet. They just have been calling it the organization. Anyway, as you were saying.
So stab Shin with something, and it allows him to send an electrical signal and reverse Shin's speech and fuck with his motor functions. Yeah, he implanted an electrode in the base of, in the back of his neck.
What bothers... Okay, so the scene is... I'm capable of, just ignoring the fact that that's not how language centers work. But what bothers me here is that he didn't depress the plunger on the syringe.
Yeah, that's fair.
He just stabs him in the neck with a needle and, pulls it out, just like that. It's like, come on, that's not how that works.
Yeah, also, fucking Sakamoto looks like a fucking blockhead.
Yeah, because he was stuck in the fucking thing.
Yeah. And then he's just like to Shin, hey, you want to save this place, right? He's like, yeah, all right, well then we've got to clean out your fucking childhood home then. Yeah, and she's superstitious, because we actually, at the end of the episode, we do see the two folks from here.
Yeah, the two folks from the Order. So I can't remember their names, but one of them was the violent one that stabbed a dude over onions, I think it was.
Oh, Mr. Shiba and Osaragi.
Osaragi, that's it. Yeah, if Shishiba, that's it. Okay. Osaragi, that's the one that I was thinking of that may have magic. If anyone does, it's her.
Yeah, and she cares about luck because she's superstitious. So interesting.
Okay, it's not a fucking parasol. She has a veil on. That's right.
Yeah, she has a veil on. Yeah, and so the ED also changes for this because we get a look at the Order. So I guess the back half of this is the Order arc, so to speak.
I would have to assume so. And it seems like the Order also thinks that something to do with X is going on in here. We're not calling him Slur.
Yeah, we're not calling him Slur. That is such a weird choice.
I'm pretty sure it's because, X's are used a lot to, blank out letters.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a reason for it. It just doesn't work in English.
Yeah, if you wrote a slur, you might block out some letters with an X.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
That's probably why.
Osaragi here does actually have an umbrella in the ED. So maybe that was what you were thinking of?
You're telling me that I do it. Yes, I do have a good memory. Yay!
But yeah,
brain worked.
A lot more of a kind of ominous sort of thing as we get a shot of everybody in the order that we know of,
including the old man with the sword that didn't show up in the meeting beforehand.
Yep.
We get a shot of Sakamoto also like watching a raven that's landed on a nearby
yeah, it looks like a murder, actually. Like, he sees one, but then there's a bunch.
Yeah, so I feel like the second half might be a little bit more serious. It's still going to be a comedy, of course, but the second half might be more serious than the first half was.
Yeah.
Especially since in this ED, we don't see Sakamoto in his current form at all. We see him in his, like...
as his days would have been in the assassin state. Yeah. Probably how he looked while he was in the order, so there you go. But yeah, Reindeer took over this place basically going, yeah, assassins, you deserve cutting-edge technology. But we have this fucking mad scientist here doing his thing, which admittedly, it functions, so I guess... and he actually has a couple of subordinates, it looks like. Because we have the mad scientist, we have the quiet guy, we have a guy with a beard that we haven't seen, and then we have a green guy in back who might be X?
Maybe. I don't know. We will have to see.
You'll have to see. But yeah, enjoy this episode. We're getting a lot more stuff with the characters. Like, actually dealing with the larger problems that they need to face, rather than just dealing with the assassin of the week trying to kill Sakamoto.
Okay, according to this article that I just skimmed, yes, it did in fact start with Vampire the Masquerade.
Interesting.
I've been occasionally like reading a passage while we were talking, just like glancing over every now and then whenever I had a moment. But yeah, like the article goes into how each of the modern pop culture mythos for the vampire and the werewolf were like built up over time by like Dark Shadows, Interview with the Vampire, etc., etc. And then according to this, modern storytellers soon saw the potential of the natural conflict between suave, sexy vampires and bestial werewolves, and by the late 20th century, the emergence of the urban horror and supernatural romance genres took the rivalry to new heights, offering a flood of novels, shows, and films, and a role-playing game, Vampire the Masquerade.
Yep.
And then Underworld came out like right after, and it went all in on the monsters rivalry.
Yeah.
Because stuff like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Being Human also had vampires and werewolves sharing screen space, but they weren't really like rivals.
Yeah, you know, sometimes in conflict, sometimes like, working together, sometimes just exist.
Yes, exactly. And it wasn't until Underworld where like it became like super popular in the popular consensus.
Yeah, and then
which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and then we get Twilight, which continues the trend. Which Twilight shouldn't have been as popular as it was, but also I don't think it should have been maligned as it was. Not because the ideas weren't bad, but because it was obvious a lot of the criticism came from misogyny rather than actual media criticism.
What, Twilight?
Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong.
Oh, I just think it was like very poorly written.
Yeah, really poorly written. A lot wrong. But there's
like, I read it, like, it got popular, like, when I was in, like, late junior high, early high school, and, like, all of my fucking classmates were talking about it, so I was like, alright, fuck it, I'll try it. And then I read, like, the whole series and went, that was kind of shitty.
Yeah. Which, yeah, a lot of shitty things, a lot can be said about her ideas of gender and shit, but there was a lot of people who normally do not care about media criticism and consume media uncritically when it's for men, but once it is kind of a woman's fantasy, then a lot of ridicule happens.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But Stephanie Meyer's books are not good. She's not a good writer.
Absolutely not.
And I do absolutely fucking loathe what she made vampires. Some of them some of it was very interesting ideas, like older vampires becoming more and more flammable. That's cool. But otherwise, they're too perfect.
Yeah, there's definitely problems there.
There's no monster beneath the skin, they're just people, which is fine, I guess, but it's not the point of a vampire.
Yeah, absolutely. But, sometimes, action movies produced or whatever will also fly in the face of bullshit. And that's really the problem is you and I, we'll criticize the fuck out of the media no matter who it's for. But there's
no matter who it's for or who it was written by. If there's flaws and I see them, I'm going to talk about them.
Yeah.
I'm also going to talk about the stuff that I liked, though.
Yeah, there's also
I do have some things I did like about Twilight, and we'll talk about them in a minute. My housemate just fucking called me over for something. I don't know what.
All right.
We'll be back in a minute. I'm sorry. Yeah. I can't do anything about this.
Yep, be back in just a bit, folks.
Break. This is one that I'm going to be mad at the housemate for, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're... let's see here.
Like Twilight and media criticism.
Yeah, Twilight and media... Oh, yeah. So, for example, if you want to see some of the good bits and a lot of the bad bits, watching Dominic Noble's YouTube series Lost in Adaptation.
Dominic Noble. It's spelled like the social class?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's something I can do tonight then.
Yep, series Lost in Adaptation.
Yeah, there's quite a bit here actually.
Yeah. Dominic's been doing this shit for a while. And his YouTube channel used to be The Dom. Which he's like,
I see why he changed it.
Yeah, you see, because he kind of set himself up for the joke when he did 50 Shades of Grey.
Twilight made me question the existence of love. Oh no.
Yeah. But one of the good things he does talk about is somehow Stephenie Meyer is actually really good when she actually decides to write horror, like a horrifying scene.
Yeah, genuinely, yes. Like the tension, the spoilers for this really, really shitty and old book series, but like the tension when the Volturi, I think they're called.
Yeah.
Volturi. I remember comparing them to vultures in my head. When they show up to like fight the vampire family, I can't remember their fucking last name, over like turning a child, they use a weird fucking like matchbook device where they click something in and a burning match flies out so that they could set other vampires on fire and kill them without risking catching themselves on fire at the same time. And like the tension in that whole scene surrounding that was actually really fucking good. And so were the death screams of that one lady that got lit on fire by the matchbook.
Yeah. And another scene that happens is basically Bella and Edward are around the Volturi for reasons, hidden in a room over in a hotel or something. I forget what exactly it was, but the Volturi lit in a group of, fucking vacationers who booked a hotel stay there. And Bella dealing with the tension of watching this and not being able to do something as they are grabbing these people intending to eat them.
Yeah.
So
one other thing that go ahead. Sorry,
yeah, I'm just saying.
Since you hadn't completed your thought.
Yeah, just ending thought is just oddly good at horror apparently, but that's not what she wants to write.
Yeah. Something that I did like uh, this is just like gut instinct. I haven't talked to any native people about it. But what I did like was that while the characters in the story for a while thought that the tribe that Jacob was a part of were actual werewolves, it's later revealed that they're not. They are their own separate thing that are not actually werewolves. They are not European werewolves at all.
Which,
Just
okay,
like
yeah, that's kind of fucking
the
cool.
like the elder vampires called werewolves children of the moon and say that like Jacob and the others are not children of the moon because if a vampire ran into one of those, they were not winning.
Which,
Not
fair
one on
enough.
one. Maybe not even 2-on-1.
Yeah, so they're more like shapeshifters or something closer to that than like the actual big boy werewolves.
Yeah, which I like that specifically because like it's not colonialism, right? They're
Yeah.
shapeshifters of their own kind, not of the kind that came over with the European settlers.
Yeah, so like maybe some of the things done with, native cultures by Stephanie Meyer wasn't good, but the core idea of they're their own thing, they might have some
Yes,
superficial similarities to werewolves, but they are their own thing. That core concept is a good idea.
exactly. Yes, like she did not handle a lot of the native stuff very well, but that specifically is good. I like that a lot.
Yeah. So even if for some reason, like the kind of shifter or whatever they are is appropriation, the core idea of it is good.
I don't think the like idea of what kind of shapeshifter they are would be appropriated either, because that kind of shapeshifter is around the entire world. Every culture has a type like that, and Europe's is not just the werewolf.
Yeah, yeah.
It's what we would recognize as a werewolf and what we would call a werewolf 500, 600 years ago, but it's not what we currently think of as a werewolf, which is the loup-garou.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But, I'm just prefacing it to cover my behind and go, listen to native people, don't listen to us.
Yeah. Specifically on this front, like what happens with Jacob and like the other native kids that turn into wolves. That's not much different than early ideas of what werewolves were in Europe either. In Europe, a werewolf was just someone who used magic to turn into a wolf.
Yeah.
It was not someone who was cursed to become a wolf or anything like that. The full moon has nothing to do with it. The silver has nothing to do with it. Like that's all like later additions to the folklore. At first, it was just like enchanted belts or a potion or maybe just some inborn magic that they had learned.
Yeah. Which is why we get the vampire and werewolf crossover of ideas, because sometimes a vampire can be that kind of werewolf where they turn into a wolf.
Yeah, especially because like vampires were said to be people who had sinned greatly in life and not repented, or they were not buried properly. So witches and other people who practiced magic that was a sin would become vampires after they died, and therefore anyone that was a werewolf in life would become a vampire in death unless they repented properly.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we get that crossover, then we also get, witches create werewolves and stuff like,
Like from witches are werewolves to got twisted into witches create werewolves, and that's how we get the first couple of like fictional stories about curses. The classic idea of the werewolf in general, like beyond being bitten and turned, is that a witch cursed bloodline, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we get some of that in some of the witch trials, because there's at least the trial of Jean Good, I think, which there was a highly
That was
fictionalized.
Salem, right?
Yeah, like Salem sort of deal. Uh, but yeah, highly fictionalized book about it that I happened to see when I was younger. But yeah, basically, like a lot of men were put into witch trials too, either for witchcraft or they claim, oh, we caught a witch and you also were turned into a werewolf and did her bidding, and now we have to kill you.
Yeah. Originally, witchcraft was not something specifically, well, this is a very complicated subject and one that I'm actually somewhat educated on. But generally speaking, the word witch was not gendered originally.
Yeah. But then it morphed over time to, obviously, there are plenty of male witches that practice now, but it morphed over time in the public consciousness to specifically target women.
Yes, and that was probably the intention behind the dude who wrote the Malleus Maleficarum as well. Like, we're pretty sure that this dude just really fucking hated women.
Yeah.
For, like, a lot of reasons, but, like,
yeah.
I couldn't say specifically what reasons they are because I don't know the guy.
But yeah.
I'm old, I'm not that old.
Yeah, and especially, like... And, I think that, I forget if it was Jesse Gender or somebody else, but somebody talked about how a lot of the targeting of different and calling things witchcraft was to remove the power bases where women were in those power bases.
Yeah, the women, peddlers, anyone that like went against the grain, and a lot of the times that was just women who spoke too much.
Yeah, so but specifically, before like pre-Christian, a lot of the medicine was done by women, and women who had a faith base to some of the things they were doing, and sometimes didn't, but
yeah, and like
that was
the male equivalent, like because it's like wise men and women, right? Like you had your local witches and your local peddlers and shit like that.
Yeah, and that's where people would go. But then Christianity came along, and their big thing was, this is a witchcraft, and you must abandon this and become property of your husband. Don't get me wrong.
And a lot of people did not like that very much.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like that, for one thing, but that's one of those things where they were shoving women out of power bases. They also did it in places like Africa, where some of the leaders were women. Some of the leaders were homosexual.
Yeah, and let's just cover our bases here. Just note that we are not saying that all ancient cultures were better than we are today, or were like 500 years ago or whatever. They got some things right and other things very, very wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, do not take this as, oh, these cultures were far superior. I'm not fetishizing, like, ancient Africa,
or romanticizing for that matter.
Yeah, or romanticizing either. But yeah, I'm not doing that for any ancient culture outside of my own or my own.
Because, like, one thing that a lot of people like point towards when they're trying to say stuff like this culture got this thing right so many years ago is that, like, you'll find like shield maiden funeral sites, right? Like fighting women and attestations to fighting women and all that. Not as much as like you want to be able to convince people that there were fighting women, but like this is another one of those instances that we talk about a lot where like it wasn't noted down because it wasn't unusual in these cultures for fighting women, right? Like you wouldn't, as a Norseman in the 500s, you probably would not write down that your sister also joined you on raids because, like, yeah,
of course,
everyone's sister does, dumbass. Yeah, of course she did. She grew up with you. She knows how to use a sword just like you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you wouldn't write that down. But yeah,
the farming season is over. The fishing season and the raiding season is starting. So like either she's gonna go fishing or she's gonna go raiding, and it's the same for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, again, got some things right, got some things very wrong. But the thing is,
like, as much as they let the women fight, they also fucking raided.
Yeah,
and you know what that means.
Yeah, but one of the things Christianity did that makes them infamous and notable is how much they pressed their culture into the other cultures they interacted with, including removing the power of women in those cultures that they started to take over.
Yeah, because like a lot of what we would call pagan today but because of like Rome and Christianity, that's our word for them now. Fuck them, but some of us like to be call ourselves pagan, but whatever. Anyway, a lot of pagan religions, a lot of polytheistic religions, wouldn't really give a shit if you worship different gods. They'd just be like, oh, so those are the gods of this land. Cool. Gotcha. Understand.
Yeah, like at worst, they will go, okay, but you have to say our gods are the coolest gods.
Yeah, some did that. But a lot also didn't even bother with that much because they'd be like, oh, fucking whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, or they make you say, okay, this god isn't your god who does this. It's actually an aspect of our god who also does this.
Yeah, that also happened a lot, especially with Rome.
Yeah.
They would find like parallels to other gods in other cultures and be like, yes, this is the same god, just worshipped in different aspects.
Yeah. The most I know with Christianity trying to do that for a bit is saying that Baldur is Jesus.
Yeah. That's pretty much all I can think of as well.
Yeah.
And like he's not. Baldur is not Jesus.
Yeah, Baldur is not.
Baldur is very much a Norse god. He's got Norse stamped all over him. Sometimes literally in some depictions.
Yeah. But basically what Christianity did is they pushed their idea of things like equality among genders. And at that time, I know there's a lot of denominations that don't do this anymore, and good on them, but, going, women shouldn't have more power or equal power to men. They should be lesser. Or going, homosexuals shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, which is all bullshit. Like, I don't care. So, this is something that's, like, slightly controversial, but is real science, as far as I know. Like, the bell curve for stuff like memorization and learning ability is less wide. Like there's less deviation from the average for some groups than others, and this is completely fine. This doesn't matter at all. But like I'm saying that I don't care if that's true. The people are people. Most people are just as capable as anyone else.
Yeah.
And that's not going to change by a few percentage points, of like more variance. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it just.
Yeah, like, there are small percentage changes, but here's the thing. We're not all alike even between genders, between sexes, between anything. Yes, you will see certain phenotypes more regularly in certain areas than others. That's about
like, it's not. There's like certain changes that come with all this stuff. Like black people are more susceptible to sickle cell anemia, right? Like, but that also protects them from like malaria. So it's just sort of like, diversity should be celebrated, especially in our differences.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, like we're different, but that doesn't make us lesser. Like, yes, there are a lot of tall basketball players, but there are actually some short ones who do things their own way. And one of the most famous was just a short white guy who was a fucking psychopath on the field.
Yeah, there are people that are shorter than me that were NBA players.
Yeah.
I say like Muggsy Bogues, I think is how you say his name. Former American former basketball player, and he's the shortest player to ever play in the NBA, and he's 5'3".
Yeah, 5'3".
Notably shorter than me, and a lot of these heights are actually the same as me, 5'6" or 5'7". So.
Yeah, absolutely. So like,
it's actually kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, but like, you can find somebody that's like an adult and is 4'11", and you can find somebody of the same sex and same gender who is 6'7". And
yeah, averages are just averages. They don't actually describe like the full breadth of the human experience or shapes and sizes.
Yeah, just there is variation, and focusing on certain variations is just a way to kick certain people out.
Yeah, like, yes, the average person can't run a mile anymore. Who gives a shit? We don't have to run a mile to survive anymore.
Yeah.
This does not mean that fucking Olympian, like the best of the best, or even people that just train regularly can't run 24 miles. Because they can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a lot of shit that like people point to as inherent differences are honestly just like differences in education and background.
Yeah, education, background, what was necessary, or what they had access to, you know. But sometimes it is just what's necessary. Because, and this is getting real into the weeds here, folks, but that's what we do at the end of these episodes.
Yes, always, forever. I love doing this shit. I love getting into the weeds.
Yeah, but for example, one of the things I will always point to
That's
is
where you find the Pokemon.
yes, but yeah, one of the things that colonialists said is you only own land if you have permanent structures on them, and that worked fine for them in England where they hold up, in France, whatever, those areas where they hold up in permanent structures. But a lot of places, and the places they
That's not
exploited,
for nomadic societies.
yeah,
Yeah, like
they were nomadic
nomads
societies.
can have just as much like infrastructure as not probably not just as much, but quite a bit of infrastructure too, like and tools and so on and so forth. Like, and this is backed up even by stuff that the Europeans could do when they were like first making their fucking pilgrimages across the US. Like you would like fucking put an anvil and like portable ovens and shit like that in the back of your goddamn wagon.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you can do that, if a European can do that, a fucking like a native person can too. Fuck you.
Yeah, 100%. And a lot of that had to do with the weather, especially for Africa. With Africa, you kind of went with the animals and the rain. Which,
yeah, and you didn't want a lot of heavy armor on either.
Yeah, and so one of the only places in Africa, and this is going to brain blast some people because they don't think of it as African, Egypt is one of the places where they could make permanent structures.
Yeah, with the cool wind coming off of the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
And the Nile and all that shit, like flooding everything and making sure that there was like plenty of water for most of the year at least.
Yeah, but they always, racists always exclude Egypt from Africa because they want to say that Africa never did, like, structural wonders of the world.
Which is just really weird.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, a lot of them also point to, like, a lot of the leaders of Egypt being, like, white-ish. And it's just like, wait, pale people existed in fucking Egypt and, like, even sub-Saharan Africa as well. Like, that's not...
Yeah.
That's not that weird. Like, darker colored people, like, also existed in other places.
Yeah.
You got redheads in fucking Japan. Like, come on. Whether it was like through travel or just like the natural expression of like phenotypes and genes, like you can get dark skinned people in Ireland and red haired people in Japan and so on and so forth. Like this fucking fuck off.
Yeah.
People are people. Eat shit. Like I think one of the most fascinating things about the Incans is that they never really invented like a large carriage or huge wagon or anything to be pulled by a beast of burden because they didn't have any beasts of burden.
Yeah, horses were brought in.
Now, they didn't have oxes or anything like that either because like they lived like in a mountainous region. So what they had was llamas, and llamas couldn't pull a huge fucking wagon filled with iron ore or anything like that. So they made do with other shit instead.
Yeah, they made do with other shit because that's what worked.
It's what they had, and that's what worked. And it's like I think that's shit is cool as fuck. In fact, I think there was something about the Incans that inspired me for the moth people in Well of Souls, and I gave the moth people amber because of them because they don't work with metal, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember why or what it was about the Incans that inspired that, but yeah. So I love this shit. It gives me so many fucking ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, the thing is, what your weather is like is going to determine exactly how you live. at that
Or at least it
time.
fucking should.
Yeah, because the Europeans ran into a lot of problems when they tried to just build European structures in Africa. Mainly that they got fucking saunaed, basically. Like, it's a fucking sauna in there because it's meant to retain heat in, the colder temperatures that can happen in
Yeah,
winter.
like, that still happens, like, even today, by the way, for people who are wondering. Like, technology does not bridge this gap completely. Um, the town that I live in is a mixture of, I don't remember what kind of building. Let me Google this real quick. I think it's Pueblo. I think it's Pueblo buildings.
Yeah.
Um, there's a pretty solid mix of Pueblo and like modern suburban cookie cutter buildings in the town that I live in,
Yeah.
because like the people who were here before like the oil was discovered and shit like that lived in the Pueblo buildings because that's what was made for the region, you
Yeah,
know?
it works
That's what
better
was
for
made for
the.
the weather.
Yeah.
And believe you me, it gets fucking hot in here in this suburban fucking cookie cutter bullshit.
Yeah,
It does
absolutely.
not get hot in those Pueblo buildings.
Yeah, exactly. Because they know how to actually build them for, like, hit like cross breezes and, obviously the materials themselves just don't retain heat as much.
And also the color of the buildings. Like, for people who haven't really looked into Pueblo stuff much, go ahead and like Google Pueblo buildings and note the color of all of these buildings. None of them are dark at all. There's like a bright, not really a bright, but like a lightly colored, like faded orange to tan color to all these Pueblo buildings. And that's because like that's the shit that fucking reflects the light. It doesn't absorb it. So when you got like dark red tiles or black tiles on your roof, that's absorbing all the heat and transferring it into the rest of the building.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that we're going to have to be more aware of with building shit as shit gets worse with the climate. And it's something you should think about with your climates in your stories as well. If you make a culture in a specific kind of region that isn't, European fantasy land, actually look at the culture that lived in climates as close to that as you can possibly get.
Okay, where I am is the Mogollon. Mogollon? I can't tell if this supposed to be pronounced like Spanish or not. It's spelled like Spanish, but it's like the border between like Ancestral Pueblo and Mogollon, or whatever the fuck this is. I don't know. Again, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just right on the border there. So like we got Pueblo and other native type of buildings as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So
It's kind
like,
of cool. That's kind of neat. I like that.
yeah,
And that
so
is good brain information.
yeah, absolutely. Look into that, look into, yeah, regions that have the climates that closely resemble. Because sometimes you're going to have fantasy climates and you're going to have to, like, go, okay, this is close enough. Like, look at what the cultures do that, if you have this fucking mountainous region that is super cold, find mountainous people where it's super cold and see what they do traditionally.
Yeah, and that'll give you plenty of ideas to work with, even if you don't use them all.
Yeah. So, for example, probably a, sauna culture. Like, it's fucking cold out there. Let's start a fire and have a nice warm sauna.
Yeah, by the way, I'm not worried about like me saying that I'm on the border between Pueblo and Mogollon or whatever the fuck, because that that's a line that goes through the entire state.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I figured.
That's a huge area.
Yeah. Like, I figured it was a huge ass area from what you were saying. And
Yeah, hold on. I'll send you a picture of this. It's this giant fucking like line straight through the through the entire country, not the country, the state.
oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, like that is across nearly like the entire width of the state with just
Yeah,
a
I'm sure you can look at that map and see where, like, you know where I am on that border, but like, that's it. That's because you know, like, you've sent me mail before, so.
yeah, I've sent you mail before, so that's different. But yeah, like only a
So you recognize one of those names?
yeah, exactly. Oh yes, I do.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the only part, and this isn't even part of New Mexico, this is part of Arizona, where the border changes. It's a border between uh Hohokam, or yeah,
Something like that.
something like that, and the ancestral Puebloans.
This place is comprised of volcanic mountains? I didn't fucking know that. I live on the ashes of exploded volcanoes. Fuck yeah.
Fucking killer.
That's metal as fuck. All right.
Yeah.
Fucking volcanic desert, I guess. Shit.
You know, fair enough. But I mean, yeah, just look at what cultures like that export as well. Like, one of the things we get a lot from uh
In this
volcanic
case,
regions.
it was maize and corn, or later corn at least.
Yeah. But like volcanic regions, you get that fucking volcanic dirt for farming.
Oh fuck, that reminds me, I've got a can of hominy in the other room.
What be that?
That is a very, very large kernel corn.
Ooh, nice.
It's very good. It's part of menudo, which is a like a Mexican soup kind of deal. Hold on, the hominy, and let me get you a an image of this. It's very soft. It is not like crunchy or like it doesn't like pop in your teeth like a normal sweet corn, like yellow corn does. This stuff is like it's kind of I don't know how to describe it. Like there's nothing else quite like hominy.
Huh. I'd have to try it.
It's really good. This is this is actually the exact can that I've got. Maize Estilo Mexicano. Or Mexicano, sorry. Nuevo. Gluten free. Yeah, I fucking hope so. It's goddamn corn.
Yeah.
Yeah, hominy generally comes in big cans because like you dump it into like a stew or something like that.
Which,
But
yeah,
me
fair.
personally, I just love hominy by itself. So like sometimes I just get like a can of hominy.
Yeah, can of corn, maybe a little bit of butter.
I think in this case, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like I'm gonna put some cumin in it and then some chili powder and just eat it like that.
Makes sense.
It's been a while since I had hominy by itself. Usually, what happened before I moved out here is my mother, when I still lived with her, as a teenager and all that shit, doesn't like hominy all that much. So she would get like a can of menudo, which she really liked, but she didn't like the hominy, and she would leave the hominy and the broth for me.
Oh, neat.
And I would just like chunk that shit. It's so good. I love it. The only thing I don't like about menudo is the tripe that's in it, which is like the fuck is tripe? It's like a intestine, I think.
Oh, huh. They also have hominy in Jamaica, and
Yes, it's the edible lining of farm animals, the stomachs.
Neat.
Okay, yeah, but it's in menudo, and I don't like tripe, so
yeah. But yeah,
like a can of menudo for myself.
Yeah, Jamaica has hominy as well, and they use it to make a porridge.
Yeah, just like it's basically just, like I said, it's just like really big fucking corn kernel.
Yeah.
So you could like anything that you could use like cornmeal or corn kernels in, you could probably use hominy as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's gonna taste different, of course, but like in a good way.
Yeah, in a good way. Like, changing out, trying different things for sure. But yeah.
Now I kind of want to make cornbread with hominy flour instead of corn flour. Hmm.
Something to examine later.
It'd be the whitest fucking cornbread I've ever seen, but I could
Yeah,
try it.
yeah.
I'd have to get some dried hominy, not the canned hominy I usually get though. That's a pretty good idea though. I'll store that for later. Actually, that's a good question. How is traditional cornbread made?
Yeah. But
Is it
yeah,
with like corn or?
yeah, look at cultures and actually see what they do. So for one thing, you actually don't in a hot region, despite what you might think, you don't want to have that much skin exposed when you're working outside.
Hold on. Northern cornbread is more cake-like? The fuck are you people eating up there?
What's cornbread like for you?
It's sweet and very crumbly.
Yeah, sweet and
Like
crumbly
it's
is
like it comes away in like clumps and chunks because like it's just like it's just not a very fine flour, you know?
no, that's what cornbread's like for me, so I think it must be somebody else.
Yeah, like I'm reading here that northern cornbread specifically seems to be like more like a cake than like what we eat here.
Huh, interesting. Yeah, like it's a little cakey, but it's basically what you describe. Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder if you like just get the same kind of cornbread mix that we do. Because I know that cornbread mix is very popular all throughout the United States.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like we
So I
absolutely
wonder if you've just like been getting the same kind as we do.
more than likely because we literally just get a pretty common cornbread mix. I forget which one my grandpa usually got.
I know the one that we get is blue and white, the packaging.
So probably like Jiffy or something similar.
That sounds right, but I don't want to say for sure because I can't fucking remember.
Yeah,
I think we got some in the cabinet. I can check later.
yeah, but
So you will
probably
very rarely find us like a Texan house without cornbread in the cabinet at any given time.
yeah, yeah. No, like nah. It sounds like we do closer to just Southern cornbread
Yeah,
in
the
general.
images I'm seeing here on this article that I'm reading about it, like they are much like the cornbread is much finer than and less like chunky, I guess you would say.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah,
Yeah, like
we get a cornbread mix, so it's probably the same as yours, and then this is super cakey from what I'm
yeah,
seeing in
that
plates.
looks like what I just sent you like is much more cakey than it is like I don't know. It's not bread, but
Yeah,
doesn't look like cornbread to me. It looks like yellow cake.
yeah. It looks very close to like a yellow cake.
Damn, I did not know they differed that much. Shit.
Apparently so. Interesting. And I would have never known because again, we basically get what you get at my household. So
Yeah, like look at this. This is just a cake, man. What the fuck?
oh yeah, that one is literally just a cake. Like at least the crumb on the other one is a little big.
Yeah, like the other one, like I could be convinced that it's actually just like very finely ground cornmeal or whatever.
That one, yeah, just looks like a fucking cake.
Fuck is
Okay.
this shit? Goddamn Northerners. Oh yeah, if you try to cut a round cornbread like this with Southern cornbread, you would get like six different chunks. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, but yeah, very crumbly in my household as well.
Yeah, fair enough. I fucking damn.
But yeah, like I was saying before we got onto cornbread, like in hotter climates, when you're working outside, you're wearing a lot of light but covering clothing.
Yeah, like the example that I always go to in my head, whenever I think of these things, is the Arabian robes, the white flowing cotton robes with the headband and then like the thing that'll cover your entire head as well. That that's what you want to wear in like a really hot place
Yeah,
because it's loose fitting, it's very lightly colored, so it's not absorbing a lot of light, and it's very breathable, so you're getting a lot of airflow coming up through the flowing fabrics.
yeah, exactly. Like I know Western culture has demonized a lot of Middle Eastern like cultural clothing because yeah, sometimes there is misogyny built into there, but for the stuff that's just covering like the body and the head, that's important. Like
Yeah, like the differences are like the different cultures have it like shaped differently because that's just like
fashion.
aesthetic
Yeah,
expansions on like the base fabric, which is this thing that you need to keep yourself from fucking dying.
yeah, absolutely. Because you want to shield yourself from the sun, but obviously it cannot be heavy. But basically, the reason I bring this up is things like anime and other fiction that do not understand these regions go for, all right, time to dress down.
Yeah, no, like that may have been somewhat common in Egyptian times, but that's because like they just didn't have as much fabric, you know?
Yeah, they didn't have as much fabric, and they also had access to water.
Yes, it's also like cooler in Egypt than it is in sub-Saharan Africa
Yeah, which
because of all
again
that
is
fucking water.
which again is the reason Egypt has a lot of like permanent structures that existed there since the ancient era.
It's all that fucking water.
Yeah, and even
Civilization coming to a dank river valley near you.
yeah, and even Egypt, like generally robes. Like some of them are shirtless, like topless,
Yeah, and that's gonna be the people who are tan and like can handle that heat.
but like plenty of traditional clothes, even depicted in hieroglyphics, it's robes.
Yeah, they may be sleeveless a lot of the time, but again, that's just like for airflow, you know?
Yeah, airflow and shit like that. That's also the
And
thing
also
is,
because like the kind of people that are depicted in hieroglyphics are gonna be like the upper classes, you know, where they're inside a lot.
yeah, absolutely. So yeah, like less fabric, but still the same basic ideas of, hey, let's cover the body in light clothing so we're not dealing with shit. But yeah, then you get to like poorer people, they have less clothing, especially when you're talking about servants.
I've actually got a pretty good like artist rendition of a lot of the different clothing here.
Ooh,
That's
okay.
actually quite nice. And this is obviously upper crust stuff, but
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the ones I was looking at. Like, you can see people here who,
shit, one of them's got like a giant feather, and it's like, yeah, obviously this motherfucker is like a noble.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a lot more. You're more likely if you want sexy garb, you're going to get. I mean, yes, sometimes it is just fucking lingerie, but if you want like aesthetic garb on somebody who's like a servant or something, it's going to be sheer fabric, not no fabric. And to be honest, I think that's more attractive.
Yes, rippling muscles. Sorry, my inner gremlin came out for a second.
Fair enough. But like sheer clothing, a lot more of the implication of it is more interesting than just exposing the body. If you're looking for a sexy aesthetic design. But yeah, in hotter climates,
I'm finding images of like just like actual shirts that they found. Like they just wear tunics and shirts as well, not entirely just robes, which is interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, that is interesting. Granted, they did have a lot of interaction with Rome and other places because they were such a gigantic trading hub.
Yeah. Like relatively easy to get to the capital too. You just like sail down the Nile.
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
a riverboat, you know? Like there you go.
Yeah, like the Nile is so important because people really went through there. Like that is the trade hub. Like, yeah. And yeah, like just you're not going to dress down to like a bikini if you can help it. If you're going to be outside a lot, your adventurer should actually be wearing sheer or like very light clothing that covers the whole body. If they're prepared for the weather. If they're not, then, you know, whatever. It gets very toasty.
It's interesting to me that like I've been finding images of dreadlocks in like Egyptian cultural stuff.
Yeah.
So like this is like a very old hairstyle. Or like a hair shaping technique at least.
Yeah, like absolutely.
I just think that's really cool.
Yeah. Let's see here. In ancient Egypt, Egyptians wore locked hairstyles and wigs, which appeared on various reliefs and other artifacts. So it's
I just think that's really cool and interesting.
Oh yeah, like it's super cool. It is actually a very common style across the world, which is just generally very cool.
Let's see, pre-Columbian America, Oceania, and Africa were the major places. So like you'd have like natives with locks. And yeah, I'm seeing a picture of a chief here who had posed for an early photograph, and yeah, he's got locks.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's cool. I like that a lot.
Yeah, and you can see it in some statues and things where it's like, yeah, those are obviously locks. That's not just stylized hair for
the interesting. Egyptians. Yeah, there's Indian stuff too, as in like India. Yeah. Let's see, the oldest written evidence dating back to 2500 to 1500 BC, BCE rather. I don't like how people will mix the two, use BC like it's Common Era and like Anno Domini. Yeah. Anyway, describing the Hindu deity Shiva as wearing jata, which is locks of matted hair. Just the same, yeah.
Yeah. So
the Vedic texts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then Maori warriors in New Zealand, Maasai tribes in East Africa, Buddhist monks in India, ancient Egyptians,
Nordics, Vikings.
Yeah, Vikings, Native Americans, ancient Egyptians. Like, this is really cool. I haven't actually like looked into like hairstyles much for these kinds of things. I usually just like have people like wear their hair free or braid it or tie it back or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, this like let's see. The Norse wear dreadlocks. The Aztecs wore dreadlocks. I didn't expect that. Germanic tribes, Pacific Islanders, early Christians, Aborigines, New Guineans, Somali, Gala, Maasai, Ashanti, and Fulani tribes, Maori, Mesoamerican peoples in Mexico, Senegal peoples, Native American Cree and Mojave tribes. Interesting. I did not know the Mojave tribe wore dreadlocks. This is good brain information. Wow.
Yeah, just so many different cultures and people, which again makes it so fucking despicable that some schools, even today, will make black students cut their dreadlocks.
Yeah.
Granted, it would be fucked up even if it was one region in Africa, but I don't know, it just adds more to it. But yeah, fucking Shiva with locks, all sorts of things.
Yeah, it's interesting, like because dreadlocks are mostly associated with Black Americans and Jamaicans these days.
Yeah, Black Americans, Jamaicans, and a little bit, because I've heard it enough, with the Vikings. But even that came later, as far as like it being in cultural attention.
Yeah, which I have to wonder if people are when they say that if they're using Viking as like a shorthand for Norse or if they actually mean the Viking period.
Yeah, it's hard to say. From the article I read, like one of the reasons they go, yeah, they probably did do this is because they were noted to, be a very hygienic in comparison to a lot of the places they were going. And dreadlocks and locks in general are a great way to control your hair and not have it be messy.
Okay, apparently, it was a less common hairstyle during the Viking period, uh, because it's actually noted down with specific peoples, not peoples, but specific individuals that they actually spent a lot of time making sure like this worked for them. Like they spent a lot of time setting it up and everything. Uh, but braids were much more common. So while you would see people with dreadlocks in Viking period Norse places, you would also see more people with braids.
Yeah, which makes sense. And again, another way to control your hair.
Actually, one of the motherfuckers that like was noted down for like doing this was so noted for it that his surname, his name of honor was Fine Hair.
Nice.
Like that he had like really good hair.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he was also what's known as Harold Tanglehair. Interesting.
Interesting, yes.
Because like he apparently he got that honor name from he swore an oath not to cut or comb his hair until he became king of all Norway, which he accomplished in 10 years because he was awesome.
Excellent.
That must be King Harold. Okay, I didn't know he had the honor name of Fine Hair. That's amazing.
But yeah, it seems like locks are almost as common as braids in that they existed at a bunch of different places at different times, but obviously locks have a little bit more of an upkeep than braids.
Eventually, I'm seeing some people saying that they wore locks because it was as a hairstyle, it's relatively simple. You could do it at home. You don't need a specialist for it, kind of deal.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, that's cool. The Polish had dreads as well, apparently, which makes sense because they're like right next to the Germanic tribes. Okay.
One of the places where it didn't crop up until encountering other cultures later is Japan.
That makes sense. They were pretty isolationist.
Yeah.
For a long time.
Because I'm seeing an article noting from 2023 noting that there was an uptick in being interested. And Japanese, younger Japanese folks involved in hip hop or whatever, but obviously pointing out, of course, people who enjoy that kind of music and then see the stars of it might go, hey, I like this person. I like how their hair looks. What is that?
Yeah, that's fair. I completely understand that kind of thing. And I think most people would too if they're not terminally online.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like, listen, guys, this is just how cultural cross contamination happens. This is just normal shit.
Yeah, there is a vast gulf of difference between cultural appreciation and cultural appropriation.
It's honestly very easy to tell the difference most of the time.
Yeah. You go.
It's like, are you dressing up as a Native American chief warrior for Halloween, or are you dressing up as a dead soldier or something? That's the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And are you dressing as just an average person might at a cultural event? For instance, just going back to Japan, wearing a yukata or a kimono.
I was gonna say, if you're at a matsuri, I think it's called, a summer festival, are you wearing a yukata or what?
Yeah, if you're doing that, that's cultural appreciation. You are doing as they do.
Yeah, and even if it's in your own house, you're just you just wear it's like a haori, I think they're called. It's basically just a loose fitting jacket that's supposed to go over your clothes. Yeah, if you're just wearing that around your house, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or a jean bay or something like that. Whatever.
Yeah.
No one cares.
Things that people just wear and do because they like doing it and it's common things. Those are pretty open to cultural appreciation. Cultural appropriation is...
Yeah, the weird shit comes when you try to go to a business meeting in a fucking kimono or something.
Yeah, I mean, first off, doing shit like that, and that is yeah, I mean, first off, cultural appropriation, but second off, kind of fetishizing. Weird, yeah, it's weird shit. But I was going to go into what Northerners and Americans in general can do to stuff like the Day of the Dead. Which you could generally appreciate Day of the Dead, but there are ways you can kind of go, yeah, you're taking this iconography out of its context.
Yeah, that's fair. It would be interesting to have Day of the Dead festivals in the United States, though. I think I would enjoy that a lot.
Oh yeah, and
there's more than enough Mexicans here in the States for that to happen.
Yeah, more than enough people in the States for it to happen, and people who aren't Mexican or from south of the border or from cultures that came from there, they'd fuck with it too.
I'm honestly surprised. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm honestly surprised I don't see Day of the Dead decorations here around town. It's 90% of my neighbors are are Mexican. Most of them immigrants.
Yeah, though I can kind of see why they might not do it right now, given current political climates.
No, I mean, in the past 7 years since I lived here, I haven't seen a damn thing.
Yeah,
maybe that's just because I don't go out, which is also fair. But
yeah, first off, a haori just looks nice. Fucking wear that shit.
Yeah, dude. Jinbei are also nice. Generally speaking, Japanese clothes are pretty fucking nice.
Yeah, and
I'd say the same about Korean and Chinese as well.
Yeah, and cultural appropriation can come in when you're talking about stuff that is, a religious significance.
Yeah, don't go wearing a shrine maiden outfit around or a Shinto priest outfit,
Yeah, unless you are, again...
It's probably fine to wear an onmyoji outfit, but that's because they haven't existed in 400 years, so fuck them.
Yeah, and again, just don't wear it around, but if you're going to go, hey, I want to be the shrine maiden from this video game for Halloween. That's different.
Yeah, like that's cosplay. You do your thing. I'm sure like every single fucking like person who worked on that video game would look at that and go, "Yeah, we made it. Someone's fucking cosplaying our character. Hell yeah."
Yeah, absolutely. Or even if you're just being generally like your Halloween costume is a dead shrine maiden, like a ghostly shrine maiden, Japanese people would fuck with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if you're
it's just like the difference is like this is only going to work for like Texans and other Southerners who have a strong culture like cowboys and shit like that. But like, imagine someone wearing a cowboy outfit for Halloween and figure out the difference. Like, when would you think it was mocking you versus when do you think it's just because they thought it was cool?
Yeah.
And once you find that line, you know where the line is between cultural appreciation and appropriation.
Yeah. And then like the other thing is like, you know, for a culture that Americans in general have come across, don't wear a kippa or a yamuk as you'd probably know it. You know, a yarmulke. Don't wear the fucking small hat that Jewish people do. That is a religious thing. So unless you are Jewish, which, you know, more power to you if you are, you know, whether you're...
Yeah, you know, I actually still have my stepfather's like tucked away somewhere.
Yeah. But
I don't know where the fuck I put it, but I've got it tucked away.
You know, just don't go wearing that around town. If you're going to, you know, if you're going to temple with them and they say, yeah, and, you know, this is what we do, fucking wear it. Yeah.
If I remember correctly, non-believers aren't supposed to wear whatever. But it's been like 10 years since I talked to my stepfather about it, and it's not like I can ring his ass up right now.
Yeah. So obviously, like, listen to Jewish people on this. I'm just saying, like, generally speaking, you know, if it's a religious thing, don't do it unless it is a very, very specific situation and you've been given the okay. And that's where cultural appropriation can happen. You can avoid a cultural appropriation pretty fucking easily. Like, one of the problems with American rock music is it fucking stole wholesale from black musicians.
Okay, here I got the answer, and this tracks with what I remember. Like the rabbi generally says, like, on one hand, yeah, you can wear one while attending a Jewish religious function as a sign of respect, but in general, a non-Jew probably shouldn't wear one because it may trick people into believing that you're Jewish.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, like there's no like religious commandment that you can't, but it's just like a general like, hey, you probably shouldn't do that. Makes sense. Yeah, because like now that I think about it, it's like, yeah, the Pope wears one too, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, it's an offshoot, and it's called Zucchetto when it's specifically Roman Catholic clergy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which, you know, fucking surprise, surprise, a deviated religion from Judaism keeps some of its cultural stuff.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise. They have a similar fucking, like, they have the same ancestral root religion. Woo. Of course they have some of the same things. Man, what I would give for some good fucking, like, religious horror right now. Damn. I want to watch Midnight Mass blind again.
That's fair.
Do you think you can take a break to my skull and erase the memories of, like, Midnight Mass specifically?
If only. If only I knew that skill.
Nice. Because it's real fucking good. This is a blanket like recommendation for anyone that may like horror or religious horror. Watch Midnight Mass. I can't tell you the thing that got me to watch it because that would be spoilers. But if I didn't know that thing about it, I wouldn't have been able to tell that it was that until a couple episodes in. It's really good. Mal knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If they remember anyway. That was like a year ago when I was like ranting about it.
Yeah, I don't know if I recall. The bad brain may have actually wiped that from my memory.
Do you want to know, or do you want to watch it?
You know what? I'm gonna do a rain check on that because I might watch it.
Okay, yeah, just like go look at the synopsis. I don't know if the synopsis will tell you the thing or not. If it does, it fucking shouldn't. But it's on Netflix. It's like it's one of those shows that is so good that it has no right to be Netflix.
Yeah.
It's really, really good.
Yeah, let's see.
The synopsis is literally the arrival of a charismatic priest brings miracles, mysteries, and renewed religious fervor to a dying town. It's an American Gothic supernatural horror television miniseries. It's real fucking good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just saying, yeah.
Oh, excellent. The premise on Wikipedia doesn't actually say what the fuck it is. Yes!
Yep, I appreciate
Good.
that. Yeah, because I'm looking at the premise on Wikipedia and it is literally just saying, hey, this one dude who was in prison for something comes to this town, and it's right at the same time this priest shows up. And divisions in the town start to show. That's it.
Yeah, like it's so good. Damn. I need to rewatch it just so I can like take notes on it. It's that good. Like I would almost never recommend something that's like so deeply intertwined with Catholicism, but in this case, yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, but yeah, just in general, if you actually think about how somebody would feel, you generally are going to notice when cultural appropriation shows up. You just have to look up the thing that you want to wear or the thing you want to do. That's it. You see something in a movie or something and you go, hey, what's that? So you look it up and you go, all right, is that just something regular everyday people wear? Or just fashion? Then you can fucking wear it.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that like Japanese traditional clothing is still like heavily in use in the rural sections of Japan.
Yeah, I mean,
like you'll see motherfuckers in t-shirts and jeans as well, but a lot of the time you'll also just see them in jinbei and other like Japanese workwear.
Yeah,
which is like just deeply fascinating to me because that's not a thing in the United States.
No.
The only time it is a thing is like when it's the stuff that was specifically made to do that work. Like you'll see ranch hands wearing like the same clothing that they would have 200 years ago, but that's because the shit still works for that.
Yeah, you wear a fucking wide-brimmed hat because what does that do? Shields your head and face from the fucking sun.
Yeah, you wear denim jeans and pants because it's sturdy and will last a long time through the heavy work.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not so much like riding boots anymore, but we wear hiking boots and like work boots and shit like that instead.
Yeah,
just the better materials now, and we don't need to ride all the time. So
yeah, which I think honestly part of that is definitely a testament to like Japan being isolationist for so long.
Yeah, I think so too.
So, like, yes, you do have the big cultural boom post World War II.
I've also never worn Japanese workwear before, so I can't actually say what would be better or if anything would be better.
Yeah, which, yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, like, I don't know what materials that's out of.
Yeah, I have no idea. As far as I know, I've never worn any Japanese clothing at all. So I have no idea like how it fits, how it moves, or anything like that. I can only like look at pictures, really.
Yeah. Granted, what I can see here is like, their field pants. First off, usually like shorts.
Yeah.
Because, a lot of that farming is actually in like submerged areas when you're talking rice.
The rice paddies will be up like halfway up your fucking calf or something like that.
Yeah. And they're tight around where the legs are. Like the end of them, I mean. So you're less likely to get that water really riding up.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't actually know what Korean or Chinese workwear looks like. Traditional workwear, I mean.
Yeah.
Like I can pretty easily picture Japanese traditional workwear in my head.
Yeah, because you've seen a hipari before.
Yeah, I didn't know it was called hipari, but yes, I've seen one. And if I have my Japanese correct, it's spelled like that. If I specify if it's clothing, will I get the right thing? Yes, I was right. That is exactly how it's spelled. Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
I am so smart. Oh, it's another word for jinbei. Okay, yes.
Oh, okay. So it is literally the same thing.
We were just using the two different words, talking past each other. Lovely.
Yeah, because I know what a jinbei looks like, but I was thinking, oh, okay. Slightly different or something.
Yeah, it's the thing that you always see in like in anime when like someone's like it's the summer and they're just like lazing around their fucking like rural grandparents' house or whatever. That's what they're wearing.
Yeah, absolutely. Though I also see when I'm looking up here, someone made a fucking denim samurai.
Oh no. Oh no.
It actually looks kind of okay.
Send me an image of that.
Yeah, one second. Let me grab this image.
They're made from hemp or cotton. Interesting. Okay. Like denim on the upper body always feels really weird to me. I could not wear a denim jacket. I know I'm Texan, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah, which samurai is loungewear, and it does refer to the top and bottom.
Yeah, fair enough.
Though if it's a loungewear, why fucking denim?
I have no idea. I'm so glad that I know how to spell that just from the way you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Also, apparently, the work clothing of Buddhist monks and nuns.
Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, like you'll even see.
It's called that because samu is the participation in the physical work needed to maintain the monastery.
Oh. But yeah, like you'll even see construction workers with like more traditional like jinbei pants. Not all of them, but some of them.
Sorry, now I'm just like going down the rabbit hole of fucking clothing.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know nearly as much about like Japanese clothing as I know about like European stuff, and I barely know anything about European traditional clothing, so
yeah.
I can tell when something doesn't fit the fucking time period, but that's it. That's all I got. Like I remember, what was that fucking? I think it was a gacha that you were playing.
Uh-huh.
About like time travel and shit like that.
Oh yeah, Reverse 1999.
Yes, that's it. Where the main character, whose name I cannot remember, was wearing a mixture of clothing from like three or four different time periods, and none of them were the time period that she was in.
Yeah, like none of the time periods that she's from. Yeah, but yeah, let me see. Vertin is her name.
Burton, yeah, there we go. I knew it started with a V something. I was like Violet, but that's not right.
Yeah, like so I can give that to you.
Yes, that lady.
Which yeah, like I don't recommend gacha to people because some people are like predisposed to spending money on those and do not spend money on those.
I can't, so it's fine.
Yeah. But Reverse 1999 has some interesting shit going on. And it's kind of interesting to see, like, I think this is a Chinese studio? Yeah. Their take on, like, European cultures, because it's primarily European areas they're going to.
Man, I think I said this at the time when you first, like, sent me art of Furton before, but, like, she's got the Yuri hands bad. They're so tiny.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, yeah, it is very much Yuri.
Just for people who don't know what the fuck that means, Yuri hands refers to when like a character's hands in art are like really small, cute nubs, basically. Like they're much smaller than their face would imply, and it just looks weird, like with them together. And yaoi hands are the exact opposite, where their hands are way too fucking big.
Yeah, sometimes big enough to wrap around a whole ass person.
Yeah, gods, please, no, I did not want to think of that image. You know the exact one I'm thinking of too, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, Burton is from 1999. Does not dress like it.
Which is fine, honestly. I think in the modern day, I would not look twice at anyone wearing anything. Like
yeah, and also,
street.
we don't know when Burton started having that aesthetic. Because the premise of Reverse 1999 is there is an apocalyptic rain that, if you're not in a safe area, reverses time. Not only just like, you know, stuff like bringing things back to their previous state. I mean, literally, the flow of time goes backwards. Anybody from an era not from the previous era that you're about to go to will disappear if they are not in a protected area.
Get babied, idiot.
Not even babied, get fucking just yoinked out of existence. Because it does go back eras as well.
Yeah, I'm just imagining that like people caught out in it, like reversing time, and then they become a baby and then nothing.
Yeah, which I mean, maybe I've actually not seen exactly what happens to somebody because our character Burton, first off, is part of an organization that hides from it, but also has a briefcase that is bigger on the inside.
Or smaller on the outside, as some may say.
Yeah. And she cannot bring just anybody in there, but special individuals she can manage to do. Basically, other people of the Arcanists, or what they're called, but basically magically imbued people. Or sometimes objects. Including Sputnik. No, I am not making that up.
I mean, it's anime bullshit.
It is, but also, like, Sputnik is pretty far, because it's not even, like, a fucking Gaijinka of Sputnik. It is literally Sputnik, the satellite, as it as you would find a photo of it.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. I had a good laugh over it. But yeah, it's the kind of anime bullshit that you get when people aren't being weirdly horny about it.
Yeah, pretty much.
That kind of anime bullshit, which is the good kind.
Yeah, it is very...
This is what we call weird fiction.
Yeah, it is very weird fiction. Like, yes, some of the characters are a little bit sexified, but not nearly as much as you would get with some of those weirdos. And plenty are just not. Like, yeah, you'll find somebody younger who's in a robe, but that's just a robe. Don't be weird about it, weirdo. But also, like, you'll get somebody from the 1960s in just very sexy outfit. Like, let me...
I do remember this one very vaguely. I remember. I also remember that one actually, weirdly enough. But I remembered a sorceress woman who was wearing like this very like way too revealing and tight for the time period she was in, supposedly. And not about the tits; it was about the hips, the revealing thighs and hips in her dress. Some like goth fucking sorcerer mommy kind of bullshit.
Now, let me see.
Yeah, I don't remember what the fuck the game calls it, but like the sorcerers or alchemists or whatever the fuck they are.
Yeah.
She's one of those.
Yeah, arcanists.
Arcanists, there we go.
Yeah. Well, they're all arcanists, and arcanist just means you are imbued with magic. Usually from birth, but not always. Which is weird, because that's not what like an arcanist is somebody who does magic, in my opinion. But let me see. Is it this character?
No, it was some fucking white lady.
Oh, white lady. Okay. Granted, that doesn't narrow it
I
down.
like her outfit though.
Yeah, but also she's
this
from
girl's outfit is good.
Yeah, she's from the fucking 1930s though. Which
I can see the design elements there. That's what I would have guessed, actually.
Oh, okay.
Like there's a little bit too much reveal on the sides, but like there's just something about that silhouette that screams like flapper girl to me. And
yeah,
that's a 1920s, 1930s
yeah, I could kind of see that. Let me see. It's not this character, because I don't remember seeing her at all. Doesn't help that they show headshots, not the whole body, on the little thumbnails you click on to look further.
Let me see if I can find it.
And was it too tight, or was it actually showing skin?
It was showing skin on her hips.
Okay.
So you were just showing me like a lot of character art from it. Here we go. I got it.
Oh, okay.
Her name is actually Arcana.
Oh, Arcana. Okay.
Yeah, you can see that her hips are showing there.
Oh, yeah, because that okay, because yeah, that's what it is. That's why I was having trouble finding it, because I was looking at playable characters. She's actually one of the villains.
Yeah, I remember you saying something like that. Just like a story character, but not a player character.
Yeah. Because she's actually one of the villains, part of the terrorist group Manus Vindicti.
That's a hell of a name.
Yeah, and specifically, they are arcanists looking to destroy regular humans. And yeah, Manus Vindicti is the Hands of Vengeance.
Sounds more like vengeful hands to me, rather than hands of vengeance specifically.
Yeah.
But I don't expect people to get like Latin right. I don't get Latin right. It's fine.
Yeah, they're just very interesting designs in Reverse 1999 because they do go like the world over. A lot of the locations you go to are either Europe or Americana, but there's a lot of people from various different cultures, and they don't skimp entirely on depicting them with darker skin tones.
I vaguely recall at the time when you were talking about all this shit, also sending you images of a darker skinned character that I found in a Korean comic, which is very rare.
Yeah, it is super fucking rare, and it shouldn't be. Like, I understand, yeah, I don't know dark skinned people in my life, for a Korean, but if you're going to depict people from across the world or have a mix of cultures, have a mix of cultures.
Also, it's not like Koreans can't get that dark too, you fucking weirdo.
Also,
Not
that.
you, but the authors.
Yeah.
Speaking in general to the authors that make these characters. It's like, come on. I know you want to make them hot. And in your culture, like, being pale equals more hot. But also, fuck you, tan mommy.
Yeah.
Get your face out of that box, Ember. Stop that. He's stuffing his face in, like, my snack boxes. You just trill at me, boy.
Like, I almost
He's
certainly
very
sent
happy
you
right now
this
for I don't know
character
why.
because I just love her look at.
Oh, yeah, I remember you talking about this.
Yeah, because even her initial voice line is definitely like.
Out of my snacks. He tried to pick one up. My snack, not yours.
Let's see, she is obviously from the 1940s. Let me see here. And her.
It's very Al Capone in that one.
Yeah, and her initial voice line when you summon her is, "Greetings to you, fair lady. May I present you a rose?" Oh, seems like you won't fall for this cheap flattery. I'm ashamed.
All right, I'm trying to find a more definitive answer towards like where did the vampire werewolf thing start? And like the most I can find is that like yeah, White Wolf and Underworld did this.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So apparently the first vampire fights werewolf thing started in Frankenstein meets the Wolfman and then House of Frankenstein. But like that was just these individuals, not the groups as a whole, right? So it seems like someone took that idea and ran with it. Or at least that's what I can find so far.
Yeah.
Hmm. That is something that I liked a lot about the Netflix Dracula miniseries. I think it was 3 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Which is another thing that Netflix had no right to make something as good as.
Yeah.
But Dracula in that one turned into a fucking wolf, not a bat.
Oh, very good.
Which is exactly how it was in the ancient myths, in the oldest folklore. Like again, werewolves and vampires were the same fucking thing, just on the other side of death from each other. So naturally, werewolves could control, or not werewolves, but vampires could control and transform into various creatures of the night, which included wolves, because wolves are not diurnal. Like humans are supposedly diurnal.
Yeah.
I cannot speak to this experience.
Yeah.
Because I am not diurnal, but supposedly humans are diurnal.
I'm kind of somewhere in the middle.
Are kind of, and cats are not, but Nate would know the name for this, but like the dogs and cats and dogs, like they sleep whenever they want to, really, instead of like during the day or at night. I don't remember the word for it. But wolves are actually nocturnal. So if you see them during the day, they've probably just like woken up and are wandering around to play or whatever. But they mostly hunt and do their thing at night.
Very
so
cool.
They are considered one of the creatures of the night, and therefore, like older vampires from the older myths could like turn into or control them. Because Europeans at the time had some real weird ideas about wolves, and like a lot of people still have these ideas about wolves, that wolves are like these hyper aggressive things that will like fight humans at any chance they get. No, they won't.
Yeah,
the only time they're going to be attacking a human is if they're starving. And if they're starving, they're not going to do it unless they greatly outnumber the humans.
Yeah, I think where it comes in is the most common interaction between wolves and people, besides just going through the woods, is them not understanding that an area is protected or just being too hungry to care and going after farm animals.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And
that would be especially true for like really big packs that were that had been thriving greatly in an area because of various reasons, but because they got too big, they ate the area dry and had to go down and start attacking humans to get food.
Yeah. Similarly, the reason the mouse and the rat get maligned as much as they do is because they'd spoil your fucking grain and shit. When mice are fine. If you've had a
they
hamster,
get in there and eat it all, and then piss all over everything.
Yeah.
The little bastards.
Yeah, but if you've had a hamster as a pet and like that, you'll like mice. You'll like rats. They're okay.
Yeah, like mice and rats, like when they're actually taken care of and like healthy, they actually look very cute.
Yeah, absolutely. Like very nice fur, looks very cute. But yeah, the character I just sent you is from a new one in the or from a new expansion.
Do not rest your hand on the barrel like that. You're gonna blow that thing off.
Yeah.
You're gonna lose that entire hand. It's just gonna get turned into salsa.
Yeah, because
sorry, the character is leaning on her. Has her rifle like leaning over by her side. She's got her hand over the end of the barrel.
Yeah,
it looks like a double barrel shotgun.
Yeah, which is it should be the opposite. If you're gonna lean on it at all.
Yeah, don't lean on your weapons first off, but if you're going to, point the barrel down, or at least don't fucking cover the barrel like with a body part.
Yeah, really.
Like shit. Like a bullet falling straight back down after being shot straight up in the air is probably not going to do anything but bruise someone. But like putting your hand over the barrel or your arms or chin or something like that is just asking to have parts of you blown off.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the thing is with firearms, yeah, maybe you don't pull the trigger, maybe nobody pulls the trigger, but if it gets, jostled
if you jostle it just right, the fucking hammer's going to strike the primer anyway.
Yep.
Or the firing pin is going to strike the primer, rather. Usually that's on the hammer for anything with a hammer, but not always.
Yeah. But otherwise, very attractive character.
Like an M16 doesn't have a hammer, but it does have a firing pin.
Yeah. But yeah, very attractive character. Still more tan than I would expect out of something out of Korea, even.
Yeah. A bit, yeah. I would agree with that.
Yeah, like it's not their best showing of that, which it doesn't have
She's
to be.
obviously Texan, too. Like, you can tell.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever was making this character is like, yeah, that's a Texan. Right there. That's what Texans look like.
Yeah, Route 77, the Haunted Highway, is the name of the event where she initially features.
That, I'm pretty sure, is actually in Texas. Give me a second.
I'm pretty sure, too.
Yeah. It runs through Dallas. I knew it. Yeah, I used to live near that highway.
But yeah, like, for a really good showing of, like, yeah, they're doing dark-skinned characters.
US 77. There we go. All the way down through Dallas. Where does it curve somewhere around here? And I don't see it anymore. Goes through Denton. Goes through Roanoke. Roanoke, I think. It either goes through Roanoke or Corinth, and I don't know which. This label is awful.
Yeah.
But yeah, I used to live right outside Dallas, so by right outside I mean off in the woods, east of, or west of Dallas, but somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
Enough that I had gone to Dallas on dates, so close enough to get to the city within like 30, 40 minutes, but usually in the forest around there. Yeah, this is like Texas and Oklahoma is US 77. And like Oklahoma is the only other state that I can think of that even like remotely still look like in the popular consciousness still looks like all the Western. It's Texas and Oklahoma, and weirdly enough, Texas and Oklahoma have a huge fucking rivalry. Well, like sports wise, at least. So who's this guy? Who am I looking at?
His name is Charmaine. But just...
That's a lot of fucking hair.
Yeah. A lot of hair.
I almost mistook it for a fur cloak for a second.
Yeah. Mechanical limb there.
He also looks like he's from Texas or Oklahoma or somewhere around there.
Let me see. No,
like he's
India.
Even wearing riding boots. India, really? He's wearing riding boots, though.
He's done a bit of traveling, I think.
That's fair. Well, maybe those are walking boots. I need to see them from a different angle, I think. Those might be walking boots, not riding boots, but they got the Texas, like, the Western shape at the top. Although his jewelry and, like, other accessories do point towards Indian. Especially his mask, I think. It's his mask and his scarf.
Yeah.
Or one of them, at least. Anyhow, have there been any games or anything that you've been watching, reading, playing lately?
It's mostly been hearing about Wanderstop being good. I've been interested in another extraction horror game, stuff like, oh gosh, why am I blanking on the name?
Like a horror Tarkov?
No, not like a horror Tarkov exactly. Like a lot of people were playing
or Hunt Showdown?
Not exactly. Let me look it up again.
Okay, go for it. Because, like, you know me, I love extraction shooters.
Yeah, it's not exactly the extraction shooter. You are.
I don't call them extraction shooters usually. I call them loot and scoot games because I don't like pigeonholing it into being a shooter. In fact, I really liked Dark and Darker, and it was very much not a shooter. I like Dark and Darker a lot. The only reason I don't play it is because they did a shitty thing. And
Lethal Company. That's the word. That's the name I was thinking of. Is games like
Company.
that?
Okay.
Yeah, games
so
like
you're thinking more of like a roguelike.
Yeah, roguelike, but specifically because Lethal Company kind of started the genre where you go in, get items,
it's definitely like
get
a loot and scoot.
Yeah,
it's definitely a loot and scoot, but like it's one that you don't carry your progress between deaths, really.
Yeah, you don't carry your progress.
So it's like it's a roguelike loot and scoot almost. I would call it, I think.
Yeah. So the one I've been looking at is called Repo.
Repo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which it's spelled capital letters with periods between each of the letters.
I got it. I don't think I could take this seriously. The characters are just like these little guys.
Oh yeah, no. And they also talk like their lips, like their mouths flap like the Canadians from South Park.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
So yeah, no, it is absolutely made to be ridiculous.
Okay, fair enough.
Because you can even, as way of hiding, you can actually shrink yourself, and that's adorable. And other people can pick you up when you shrink.
That's amazing.
But yeah, you go.
There really just aren't that many loot and scoot games. This hurts me in my soul.
Yeah, that's fair.
I thought there'd be a couple more coming out by now with like how popular fucking Tarkov, the Cycle Frontier, Dark and Darker, the Hunt Showdown, and Zero Sievert have been. Those are the only 5 that I can even name, and one of them doesn't even exist anymore.
Oof.
I'm so upset about that. Like Nate and I used to play the Cycle on streams.
Oh yeah.
And then it went down, and now we can't, and it sucks because I really liked it.
But yeah, what this game is you go in. I think your robots meant to basically built to go into these dangerous places and go collect stuff. Some of the differences are you can damage the items and reduce their financial value by bumping them into walls and stuff, so you want to get them into the cart that you come in with as quickly as you can. Which comes to a problem when you find a very high-priced item that is a music box that makes you spin as well.
Amazing.
Yeah. And there's different maps and such with, I think, different enemies per map. At least some differences.
That's good. Like, you definitely don't want to be using the same enemies on every single map ever. Yeah. Which is actually something that I think Lethal Company needs to change.
Yeah, that
From
would
what
be
I've
fair.
seen, it's always the same enemies on every map, generally speaking.
Generally speaking, with the exception of there are giants in the forest and sandworms in the sandy area.
Yeah, I think there's also a butler with a knife that only shows up in the mansion maps.
That would make sense.
I think.
Yeah, so you can damage objects, which is different from a lot of these. There are objects that are too heavy for one person. So you've got to work together. And of course, those things will be higher valued to make it worth the...
Yeah, fair enough.
There are ways to damage some of these creatures. They're not easily done, but necessarily until you start getting money and start, getting weapons. And even then, I'm sure it's difficult because I haven't seen a lot of this game. but still.
Yeah, from what I've seen in Lethal Company, like pretty much everything is killable if you've got a big enough stop sign.
Yeah, that's also fair. Lethal Company, you can still do it, but there's
Doesn't mean it's gonna be easy, but like if you could catch a Bracken, you might be able to beat the fuck out of him.
yeah, exactly. Whereas you can actually yeet yourself at an enemy and sometimes kill them. And for the little fuckers, you could actually pick them up and bash them against a wall.
Amazing. Now that's the good shit.
Yeah.
Turning a horror monster into a splatter.
Yeah, because
that's what we love.
It's a funny looking enemy because it literally looks like lawn gnomes, but the gnomes will actually damage your loot. So you want to pick those fuckers up and smash them. And then the other like very funny difference is when you fail a mission and just end up dying, you get put into a battle royale where it's you know, however many are in your party, all fighting to the death. And whoever wins can pick up the crown and be the king of losers.
Amazing, beautiful.
And for until your group dies again next, you have a crown on your little avatar.
That's fantastic. All right, yeah.
So I
like badge of backstabbery.
Yeah, which I like that. I like that just because it makes losing a little less harsh on you because you can go, oh, this is a funny gameplay loop we haven't seen since the last time we died.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think like that's a time where I could get on with some PvP. It's like, okay, yeah, we already did our best. Let's like beat the shit out of each other for a laugh.
Yeah, because it is very much like the combat isn't exactly stellar as well. So everybody dies very quickly. It's a small arena because this game is made largely for like 3 to 6 players. Granted, you can go in solo. You just wouldn't pick up any of the heavy objects. But this game is made for shenaniganery.
Yeah, that's fair. As for me, I tried out a couple new games lately, mostly about necromancy. A lot of indie games. There's this one called The Unliving that I think I like, but I also kind of don't. Hi, Phoenix. Hi, Fat Boy. Yes, you're very handsome. Get the fuck off my lap.
Yeah.
It's a roguelite insofar as it's like the same thing as like not the same thing as Hades, but it's similar to Hades and like Rogue Legacy and all that, where you are intended to die and then meta progress.
Okay,
rather than finding what you need in the thing each time, which I'm not a fan of. I love roguelikes, and I love roguelikes with stuff that you can unlock, but I like roguelikes where you can still win if you are very smart and very good, even without your meta progression. So, like Hades, I like Hades a lot as a concept. I don't like the gameplay personally myself, but that's the kind of roguelike I like, is where if you are good enough at the game, you absolutely can go all the way to the end and kick the shit out of Hades at the end on a fresh character.
Yeah, which is a very fun challenge to take on.
Yeah, if like, once you get the mandatory deaths and shit out of your way, like you could just fucking barrel forward, like all the way towards Hades and just kick the shit out of your dad as like the baseline Zagreus, which is great. That's the kind of shit I like, but
which I don't think there is actually a mandatory death between you and Hades.
I'm trying to think. I believe there was one when it was still in early access, but I don't know about now because I haven't I don't play it personally, and I haven't.
Yeah, I think they got rid of that when it came out completely. So okay. yeah, you can get to. You can go from the start to Hades, but once you get to the surface, like that's the whole point, is you keep doing this because you die when you get to the surface. after a while because it hurts to be up there.
Yeah, because you are from the underworld. Yeah, you're a chthonic deity.
Yep, and the fates have decided, or had shown fate to be, you fucking die when you go up there. The other kind of loot and scoot horror kind of game that I like, though it's not really a looter exactly, is a content warning.
Okay.
Because what you do...
I can't tell if that sounds like streamer bait or not.
Kind of?
Game. Here we go.
But basically, you go in, and your objective when you go down into the creepy place is literally to film. You are filming the creepy shit. And you go do interesting shit with the creepy shit. And then you try and get out alive. And then you upload the video, and that's how you get money.
Hmm.
And it is kind of funny because, like, you can see the comments as you're watching it back from, you know, just NPC comments, but that's honestly kind of funny.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I can't decide if this is streamer bait or not. It seems like an interesting premise, at least.
Yeah, very interesting premise. Like, this world is super interesting where you're going down in these massive diving bells. And somebody, like an NPC, if they're watching your video, go, hey, look at that diving bell. It's fancy. It must be rich.
Okay, if you're out there listening to me, video game developers, please make more Hunter games. I was talking about it earlier, but like this just reminded me of it because like there is an aspect of like paranormal investigators, and there's a crossover between paranormal investigators and hunters, right? Like they both seek out the same thing, just for very different reasons.
Yeah. Which
paranormal investigators want proof that it exists, and hunters want to bury the thing that they're trying to find.
Yeah, which the only game that I know about is Demonologist.
Demonologist. This sounds familiar. Did you fucking...
More than likely, because it's kind of a Phasmophobia-like in that you're doing a lot of identifying first, but you're identifying to also do the exorcism.
Yeah, I remember you sending this to me.
Let's see. Oh.
Holy shit, the character models got fucking cake. God damn, look at them butts. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Also, because we only mentioned this to the Umineko audience, Silent Hill F, we're going to hear more about it in a day or two.
Yeah, that's great news, especially with everything that you told me on Monday about it. Like, I'm waiting. I am ready.
Yeah, Ryukishi07.
These butts, like, just to emphasize this for the audience, these butts are so damn big, they fall backwards and their head doesn't hit the floor for a couple more seconds.
But yeah, Ryukishi07 of Umineko fame is the writer. They got a great monster designer on the job.
I looked at that work, and great, fantastic stuff.
Yeah, they've got, instead of the American town, American fictional town of Silent Hill, it is a rural Japanese town. So, like, there is some shit to potentially be excited for on that. Because, yeah,
cool. I do have enough space for this demo. Excellent.
Yeah, because they've been fucking radio silent. With
for people wondering, whenever Mal recommends me a game on these streams, I don't just ignore them and forget about it. I do, like, download them and play them, like, right after the stream.
Which I do appreciate.
Yeah, I don't remember what the fuck it's called now. I'm sure I still got it in my library, but there was that one farming one that I
Oh,
found
yeah. We
a
harvest
VTuber playing.
shadows.
Yes, we harvest shadows. I knew it was something to do with shadows, and I think I like it. There's just like some problems here and there that I think need to be fixed before I'll like actually play it. I
Yeah.
think I was telling you about them too.
Yeah, which, I mean, is fair, because it was a demo to really get investors onto it, and they really got investors onto it.
Yes, my children. Hold on. I know it's midnight. Come here. Sorry, I haven't had to feed my cats on stream in a long time because we don't usually go till midnight, but
Yeah,
that's gonna just happen more often now that I gotta stream later in the day.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you stream later in the day. Granted, we've continued on with this Weeb Wednesday episode more at length than we usually do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But like, it's been a while. We had to shoot the shit. We talk about things that we've been doing, etc.
Yeah,
It's been a good while, couple of weeks at least. I think it's been like 3 weeks, right?
yeah,
Sounds right to me.
Actually, it has been 2 decades since we've had. Yeah, it's been more than 2 decades since we've had a Silent Hill game developed by a Japanese studio.
Oh my gods.
Because, yeah,
Stop it. Don't make me feel old.
Yeah, Silent Hill 4 The Room was in 2004.
Why must you do this to me? God damn it, you're right. 2004. Developed by Team Silent, which is a part of Konami Computer Entertainment Tokyo.
Yep.
I can
Let's see.
feel my hair graying.
Let's see here. And this is actually being developed by Neobart, a studio with experience supporting Resident Evil games, including the remakes for Resident Evil 2 and 3, as well as Resident Evil 7.
Okay. That gives me high hopes because, like, the remakes were pretty fucking good. I think 3 was less good than 2, generally speaking, like, as far as I remember from, like, reviews and consensus. And then 7 was just, like, amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. 7 was stellar.
Great to hear.
Yeah, it seems to have something to do with flower imagery, which will be interesting. But yeah, no news. We haven't gotten much news. But we should be getting a new transmission here. Today for us, tomorrow, but tomorrow
like, for the rest of the world in general, just speaking, because most people are asleep right now.
Yeah. Because literally, like, we are now here. It is March 13th, and we are getting information at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. So yeah, I mean, people are hyped. They want a good Silent Hill game again.
Yeah, I mean, like, I do too. Like, as much as, like, I think I was talking about this on Monday, but like, I did like The Room. It was the worst one of the original series,
yeah.
but it was still, like, good. I still liked it a lot. They had some really cool ideas.
Yeah.
God, but it's 20 years old. Oh, it's most definitely showing its age by now. So, like, I'm not going to recommend it to new players or anything, especially because a lot of new players would be younger than the game.
Yeah.
Fuck. I know this is just what happens as you age, but god damn it.
Yeah, I mean,
damn game's almost old enough to vote. Fuck.
Yeah.
Or not vote.
I mean,
drink. Sorry.
Hell,
it's already old enough to vote.
Here's something that'll give you psychic damage. A sentence.
Oh, God.
Sonic the Hedgehog, a character first conceived in the 1900s.
That's technically true, but I hate it. God damn it. Fuck.
Yeah, because Quinn
Man,
was.
this like saying Red Dead Revolution or Redemption. There we go, not Revolution. Sorry, takes place in the 1800s. Yes, technically, but it's also like 1996. Yeah, 1896. Sorry.
Yeah, 1896.
Fuck, dude.
But it's not wrong, and that will perpetually damage everyone our age and older.
Fuck. All right, I'm over it. First off, I had long enough to like absorb the psychic damage. Secondly, I remembered that some of my favorite games are also like that old.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Some of the best games came from the 1900s.
Stop saying it like that.
Okay.
You're gonna like trigger the psychic damage again.
But yes, plenty of games came during the year I was born and before it.
Yeah, it's like for people who like want some like to find out about their gaming history that weren't around for it. Try stuff like Warlord's Battle Cry, the whole series, not just like 3 or 2, but also 1 if you can get it to work. I've never managed to like get Warlord's Battle Cry 1 to actually fucking function, but one day I will. Warlord's Battle Cry 1 is the only one with like a real actual story to it and a real campaign. 3 has a story and campaign that is interesting, but it's not. It's a bit more open world, right? Like it's more like an open world story.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it might be like one of the first open world games, and definitely probably the only one that's also an RTS.
Fair.
Like if you ever wonder why Cat is so obsessed with like hybrid genres and shit, that's why. It's Warlord's Battle Cry.
Yeah, which I mean,
That
you
fucking
can.
series.
Yeah, you can do
I've been
some
playing it
neat
since I was
shit.
like 7. It's like the hybrid genres are like video game genres at least. It's like it's an RPG RTS game, which means you have a hero character that represents you and also is leading your army in the game world. So like your character is the general or chief or marshal or king or whatever of your culture, depending on whichever you choose. And you lead an army into the field with it because it's still that kind of time period for this fantasy world where like the heroic leader of men will be on the front line with everyone else. They may not actually fight, but they'll actually be present at the battle when it takes place. You know, which is good shit, and it allows you to like do some absolutely wild shit with your character too.
Yeah, and I mean,
Of
you
course,
can
like
get
at the
some.
lower levels, you're not going to be killing like dragons or anything, but you'll be carving a path through like infantrymen and shit because you're a hero. Capital H.
Yeah, capital H hero. But yeah, like 1986, first Zelda game comes out.
Still a great game, even if a bit clunky now.
Yeah, Castlevania, Dragon Quest, Ghosts and Goblins, Dark Castle, Kid Icarus, King's Quest 3. And then the year after, Metal Gear comes out. And the first Final Fantasy.
What have we got? What year is that?
For Metal Gear?
No, Final Fantasy.
1987.
87. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, which 87 also saw the first Mega Man, Leisure Suit Larry, Double Dragon.
It's hard to find a list of like the games from this period because like a lot of them are just gonna be like, oh yes, this is the best selling game from this period or the most popular arcade system, and it's like, no, that's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Here,
Looking for like a whole list.
I'll give you this IMDb list. It doesn't have everything, but it does have like 14 or so.
Oh yeah, Prince of Persia. The first one came out back then too. I forgot about that. Then Contra.
Yeah. Yeah, like this
Duck Hunt
IMDb
was probably the
the
literal first video game that I ever played. I had a light gun for the home and everything.
Yeah, I think one of my first was actually Duck Hunt.
At least it's the first one that I actually remember playing.
Yeah. And then from there, I think it was Link to the Past. And then the PlayStation came out, and the game I remember the most was Spyro.
The next game I played after that was Gold Cartridge Zelda.
Ooh.
I still had the gold cartridge up until I left Texas, but I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was Sega Genesis. Before I even got like any of the PlayStation shit. I remember Vector Man, some Sonic shit, I think. I'm sure.
Yeah.
And then when the PlayStation finally came out and I got my hands on one, I played Breath of Fire 3, I think it was.
Which, yeah, that'll change your brain chemistry.
Mm-hmm. And then not long after that was like my first Final Fantasies, or I might actually have that order wrapped around the other way. Like I might have been interested in Breath of Fire because I had already played a Final Fantasy.
But either way.
Yeah, I remember going to my cousin's house when I was still single digits at the time, and she had a bunch of ferrets. And she was like running some ferret rescues and shit like that. Like they were adorable little monsters.
Yeah, which generally ferrets are is just adorable little monsters.
Yeah, and she had a PlayStation and a neat little game called Breath of Fire 3. And at least I think it's 3. It might have been 4. I don't know. Because I didn't actually get to finish these games, so I don't actually remember much about them at all. But it was the one where you start off, the opening cutscene is this fucking classic ass JRPG 16-bit tile thing, and you don't know this yet, but you are being transported in a cage on a carriage. Ooh. And there's like a landslide or something like that, and the carriage tumbles off the side of the mountain, off the path, and your cage goes with it, and you break out, and you are a baby little dragon.
Very nice.
You play a dragon.
Yeah, because a Breath of Fire in general does some interesting, like, out of the box things that I don't see a lot of its contemporaries doing.
I just typed in 3 3s instead of. It might have been Breath of Fire 4. Hold on. Breath of Fire 4. Let me see. I'm trying to look at the box art and tell which one it was. I think it was Breath of Fire 4. Looking at this box art and like the screen art and UI and everything.
Well, let me see here real quick.
No, it might have been 3 because it's the same main character in both.
Oh, it is the same. Okay, then yeah, it would have to be 3 then, I would think, unless you were. Oh, no, maybe? Let's see, so. Okay, no, you played 4 first. Because in 3, you start in a crystal, and some miners break you out.
Okay. Yeah. All right, cool. Boys, what the...
Which, I mean, also, starting with your main character burning a couple people to death.
Yeah, I mean, Breath of Fire.
Yeah, it is Breath of Fire, indeed. And you use that.
Ow.
Yeah.
Just up too quick.
Which also speaks to how fucking powerful the dragons are in this, that you can just Granted, they're just common miners, but you still, like...
You two gonna stop fighting?
Yeah,
There's only one of you wants to play right now.
And that's no, like... just comical effect. That is, you get a melted blade off of one of them.
Ooh. Gross. Delicious. My favorite. Charcoal worker. Fuck. Alright, yeah, like there's a lot of really good games from that time period. I suggest like looking at a list and just like fucking going through it because there's a lot of really, really good shit even today. Like that would be considered amazing even today. You just gotta get over like the awkward fucking UI and UX, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
But aside from that, I have been thinking about a story, but this one is a story about from the perspective of a sapient weapon. And I think I've been telling you a little bit about it here and there in the back channels.
Probably.
Story about Lyra, the sapient blade that falls from the heavens, smites the earth, and is picked up by a man named Frank.
Alrighty then.
This is the same setting as the not the hunt, but the hunters.
Okay, no,
Nora Trevelyan, the Dullahan, the demon lord that like comes in and creates rifts and shit.
Yeah, no, the one you played was 3. You just don't remember. Yeah, you just don't remember burning a bunch of folks to a crisp before you get put in the cage.
That tracks. I was young and I am now old and have the bad brain.
Yeah, which, fair. Because, yeah, you get put on the train after you've burnt a bunch of miners to a crisp. Which, I mean, fair, they are trying to attack you, because you're a dragon.
1997. Okay. Yeah, that tracks. That seems right. 1998 in the US. Yeah, because it was like 7 or 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there, years old.
Yeah.
And I played it a couple of years after release.
Yeah, you actually fall off the train, and you're not actually a dragon by the time that the NPC there finds you. Like,
it being a person for a lot of it.
Yeah. Yep, just a naked kid in the woods. Guy sees a couple of, like, monsters attacking it, so he's like, alright, deal with those, and like, alright, you're an orphan, let's get you some clothes, at least. But
yeah,
okay.
That's fair. Cool. Anyway, I've been thinking about that. I know I've mentioned like the Daemon Lord like coming in and like creating the riffs on the world out of fucking like the popular consciousness and everything. So during Nora's it's somewhat complicated, as I don't want to like tell Nora's story and Frank's story during this because like they each have stories that definitely deserve to be told on their own.
Yeah.
So the cliff notes is that Frank dies at one point because of course he does. He's a hunter. Most people don't survive being hunters.
Yeah.
Sadly, but like it's got to happen, you know. He dies at one point, and then Nora takes his blade, Lyra, and uses her as a sidearm for a long time because she can't find anyone that's like not quite worthy, but would get the most use out of Lyra and would get along with Lyra the best.
Yeah,
and
fair.
She goes through this. Her story is told as a sort of like a flashback, I guess, during an interview. She's doing like this big old interview to tell the story of one of the most famous S-rank hunters in the world, and like talk about how things were in the early days of like the rifts and the hunts and all that shit. Because it's been like 30 years since then, and most people, like a lot of fucking people, don't even remember a world from before the rifts. So it's a good idea to get all this down, like on record for historical purposes, and just because people would be interested in everything. And then halfway through, I think I want it to be halfway through that interview, Nora meets a young and up and coming hunter who is just awakened, who would get the proper use out of Lyra and hands her over to this young hunter.
Gotcha.
And that's supposedly that's what I want to tell with Lyra's that story right there. Lyra and her wielder. Like her partner, really, more than just a wielder, but like someone who works alongside her. The inspiration for this was noticing that there weren't actually a lot of like sapient weapons as like characters in anything, much less protagonists. I can only think of two stories where that's the case. One of them is a sword reincarnation where the wielder, where the wielder is a young cat girl. Very cute. I like her a lot. It's got some anime bullshit though, and I don't like the anime bullshit. It's the derogatory kind of anime bullshit.
Yeah. It is the derogatory anime bullshit. I know about that one.
Yes. Still fun and full of good ideas, but also got the anime bullshit. And the other one is this amateur novel that I've been reading on Royal Road that just came out like 2 weeks ago, I think, like that. It's been updating basically every day since then. Because I guess the guy's got like a lot of backlog that he already wrote, or maybe he's just like writing a lot. I don't know. Anyway, it's called Bloodstained Blade, and the main character is, of course, the blade in question. Its name is the Ebon Blade, and it is definitely like an anti-hero, villainous lead type of situation. And I get why that's interesting, but I also want to explore it from the exact opposite end, where it's just straight up a good person that is the blade.
Yeah.
So, like, I started reading that, and I was like, shit, I have to now. I have to do this now. I don't know when that story's ever going to come out, but I'm gonna try.
Yeah, that's fair.
It'd be a good world building like exercise for like Nora's story anyway, which is the main story that I'd want to tell.
Yeah, and like the blade as the mentor is pretty great.
Yes, definitely. Concept. And in this case, I think you're okay, Phoenix. I'm not talking to you. Interrupted my fucking train of thought, you little shit. Shut up. In this case, I think I want Lyra to also grow right alongside the new wielder, whoever it may be. That I haven't decided yet. I haven't given her a name or a rank or special abilities or anything like that.
Yeah.
On that front, special abilities doesn't mean like protagonist powers. That means just like the baseline magic that every hunter has when they awaken.
Yeah.
I haven't decided on her archetype yet. That is what I'm saying. I haven't decided what she'll get. I want Lyra to grow right alongside her. And I think Lyra's going to explain this as Nora didn't use her very often because Nora's main weapon is a spear. While she was very competent with a sword and she liked using swords, she specialized in the spear, so she only really used Lyra when her spear was broken or thrown out of her hands, or it was too tight quarters to be using a spear in. So I think Lyra has, for lack of a better word, rusted a little from disuse. And I want her to also grow alongside the new wielder. And I think that would be really nice. I think the new wielder gaining at least a modicum of skill through training with Lyra is good, for certain, like with like the blade as the mentor type thing. But I think Lyra shouldn't be as powerful as the artifact that she supposedly is right from the start, because otherwise that's a lot of power to just be handing away, you know?
Yeah. I guess you could do like an All Might situation, where it's like your body has to catch up to the things I can do.
Yeah, there's definitely that as well, because Lyra, like all magical creatures, would run directly off of mana, but without her wielder being strong enough, she won't be able to handle the kind of mana density that Lyra, as a sapient weapon of all things, would need to maintain full capability.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not a problem. Not a problem on Nora's hip, because on Nora's hip, like that's enough magic to rival like an A rank gate, just rolling off of Nora, because she's that kind of hunter. She's that kind of powerful, like the kind of motherfucker that, like, when they land in the country, other S rank hunters go, "Oh fuck." Like their head just snaps up from whatever they're doing. They're like, "Oh no, someone just got to the city."
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Oh no. Granted, the scariest hunter is the hunter who can walk into town. Well, the scariest S rank hunter is the S rank hunter that can walk into town and you don't know.
Yeah, that would be an assassin type S rank.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of motherfuckers that you got to keep an eye on at all times, and even then, that's not gonna help you entirely, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Nora is a tank type hunter, so her presence is big.
Yep, yep.
I got them fucking bolded capital letters of big.
Yeah.
On like the radius of her mana aura. It's just like big. It's not you don't get a number for this woman. You just get big.
Just some of those tester devices. Not even one she's touching, just one like within a kilometer of her start bursting.
I would not be surprised, because like in a lot of fiction, people will try to come up with new rankings for like beings beyond S rank, but I didn't, because I figured that people like that would be so rare that they wouldn't need a new ranking. They'd just be like, yeah, that's a high end S rank hunter. Those people are very rare, even among us S ranks, and they just fucking
either that or you just go, that is a scary motherfucker. We know them by name, not by a rank.
Yeah. Because like the way that I set that up is that like you get S rank when you break the monitoring devices, essentially, when you fry them.
Which fair.
Because the way that Nora explains it is that up until S rank, your magic just enhances your body, but once you tip that, once you go beyond that point and become S rank, it's the other way around, where your body is nothing but the vessel for your magic.
Whoa. Yeah,
it's the difference between like someone being blessed by a deity and being that deity in mortal flesh.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, like look at past games is another thing in general. Like games can be weirder than you think. Like Zelda is not European fantasy land. It has the trappings of it in that there is a castle and a princess.
Yeah, it's the same like with Dark Souls. It's got the trappings of European fantasy land, but it is not that.
Yeah, but I mean, it can stop being that real fucking fast, especially with the dungeons.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. I gotta go for a minute for a bathroom. Do you want to stop here, or do you want to continue after I get back?
Let's stop here.
Okay, well, we'll call it here then. We'll be probably back tomorrow, or later today, as the case may be, with Umineko.
Yes, because we really want to get through. I don't know if we'll get to episode 6, but we should finish the question marks.
Yeah, I want to finish the extra stuff at least today.
Yeah. All right, so catch you later, folks. Look at the descriptions and the about sections for whatever you're watching this on.
Yes, any and all the links to follow whatever you're interested in. We'll be back tomorrow with Umineko. Thank you all for joining us. I gotta go to the bathroom.